We very quickly got whisked away into Eunice's care. So from about the age of 3, I started my journey into Eunice's care and the Jehovah's Witnesses. The way Unice did this was quite clever. It was a private fostering arrangement, so we didn't have all the same checks with social workers and things. It was a little while before things started to slip. Well, I say slip, they went off a cliff. And we were all lined up in Charlotte's bedroom, all in a circle, and she had a chair leg. That's the first time we've ever felt real pain. We'd been smacked a couple of times before, but real proper pain to the point where you want to pass out. People were scared of her. Even people within the religion were. She was not to be trifled with, or she could make your life hell. It was always objects. Bamboo sticks was a favourite across the bottoms of the feet, chair legs. If we screamed, she'd put a chair leg down the throat to silence us.
Chair leg down the throat?
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witnesses make a big thing in their press statements as we don't stop anyone going to the police.
You can come to terms with it. You can maybe even learn to understand it, but it never goes away.
And before the True Crime Podcast begins, a word from our sponsor. Support for the True Crime Podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming champions of the world. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your crown jewels. Manscaped just launched the 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right, the 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code SEAN20, SHAUN 20, at manscaped.com. Manscaped engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. The 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel comfortable shaving my boys. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code SEAN20, SHAUN 20, at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com with the code SEAN20, SHAUN 20, at manscaped.com. Unlock your confidence and always use the right tools for the job, in this case, the nut job, at manscaped.com. Welcome to today's podcast, and you may remember John from the previous podcast we did about the Jehovah's Witnesses, and he has come back with Chris. And Chris, my goodness, I've just been reading the back cover of his book and his sister's book. Sadly, his sister's no longer with us. I just want to say that, you know, his bravery and his spirit and his humour just absolutely shines. But we are going to be going to some dark places today. If you are not disposed to hear harrowing content, then I suggest that you tune out at this point. And as a disclaimer, we are just going to say that this is an educational video. It's a documentary style interview. It's, you know, you've heard a lot of John's story from last time. We're going to get into depth of Chris's story this time. And it's just, you know, his factual based account. And if the Jehovah's Witnesses want to exercise their right of reply, they are welcome to come on the channel and to give their response to this interview and everything we've done on the Jehovah's Witnesses so far, which would include the other interview that we did with John, which was about a year or so ago now, wasn't it? All right, so just so people know what we're getting into here, in case this is not for you, I'll read you the back of Chris's sister's book. It's called Tortured, Abused and Neglected by Britain's Most Sadistic Mom. This is my story of survival, by Victoria. And all right, so it says, as a child, Victoria was brutally beaten, neglected and starved by the woman she called Mummy. To the outside world, Eunice was a devoted parent, but behind closed doors, she was an evil tyrant. Instead of protecting, loving and caring for Victoria, she forced something down her throat, did something to her teeth, did something with ropes. It's the first 5 minutes on YouTube, I'm not allowed to say these things, and made her live in squalor. It took 18 years of heartache and despair before she found the courage to expose her mum. This is a gripping story of survival. All right, so I'm just going to read you the back of Chris's book now as well. So in April 2007, 62-year-old Unice was sentenced to 14 years in prison. So this is a documented court case. This is not speculation. It's not a conspiracy. This is a documented court case. And we are allowed to report on documented court cases, but we now are under court order to have the people in these court cases, especially if they are victims, to tell us that they are waiving the anonymity. So you've come here today, Chris. Are you waiving your anonymity?
Absolutely.
All right, brilliant. So I'll read you the back, what it says at the back of the book. So that was in prison for 14 years for the systematic wounding, cruelty and assault of the vulnerable children whose welfare had been entrusted to her. Her Gloucestershire home should have been a refuge. Instead, it became a prison, where over the course of 20 years, her charges were routinely abused and tortured. To the outside world, Jehovah's Witness Eunice presented herself as a pillar of the community. Behind closed doors, she was a sadistic tyrant who beat the children with metal bars, forced things down their throats, and made them eat lard, bleach, and things that I can't even say on YouTube. Oh my God. The details of the trial horrified the nation and attracted considerable press attention. Now, for the first time, one of the victims, known in the case as Child C, the book is called Child C, and Chris is presently working on a follow-up, and now 19 years old, this was when it was published in 2008, tells the full shocking story of what went on in Eunice's house of evil. Child C is a gripping, heartbreaking story of enforced isolation, psychological and physical abuse, and a childhood denied. Despite all he has been through, Chris is a survivor with a zest for life, and we've just had a meal with Chris, and he's an absolute riot. With his former foster mother in prison, he can finally tell the story of his suffering and what it is like to grow up brutalised and abandoned with no one to hear your plight. And many of you are asking, who's Jen, the new co-host? If you've not seen Jen yet, Jen is my friend who runs an organic cotton clothing business, and her links are all in the description box below this video, and we'll put her trailer on at the end of the video as well. If you want to check her out on Instagram, that's where she resides. So, John and Chris, thanks very much for coming back, John, and thanks for coming, Chris.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us.
So we'll start with you then, Chris. Were you born into the world of Jehovah's Witnesses, like many of the people we've interviewed were born into a religious family?
So I was adopted into it, basically, or fostered into it. My real parents were alcoholics and drug takers, and were facing some severe addiction problems. And Unice offered to help when my mum ended up going into hospital and the surgery went wrong. So, Eunice was a pillar of the community within the Jehovah's Witnesses at the time, and was always offering to help families who were going through, serious issues. So we very quickly got whisked away into Eunice's care. So from about the age of 3, I started my journey into Eunice's care and the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Do you have memories of when you were 3 or before?
So I've got a really vivid memory, and I can actually remember, we worked out from around 2 years onwards. So I can remember the house before we went to Unice's, and it was pretty horrific. We went from one bad situation to a worse one. But yeah, I remember no carpets,
squat style.
Basically, okay. Yeah. I remember having to hunt for food with my sister at 2 or 3 years old. So,
was it just you and your sister, the only siblings?
At that time, yeah. And then my younger sibling, brother, came along later on. So, and Unice very quickly took care of him as well.
How many children did she have there?
So Unice had 5 children.
Right.
So 2 she'd legally adopted, Victoria, and another girl called Charlotte who died later on. And then there was Aloma, myself, and my brother, who were all blood siblings.
Okay.
So,
what do you remember of the transition then from your natural parents to Unice? What do you remember, like people coming in and?
So the way Unice did this was quite clever. It was a private fostering arrangement, so we didn't have all the same checks with social workers and things. She still got paid by the council. She was meant to get checked monthly, but it just never happened. But I remember, arriving in Eunice's care, amazingly happy. She had this house full of toys. She had sandpits in the garden. From going from nothing at all to everything. As a 3-4-year-old, amazing. It was incredible. It was a little while before things started to slip. Well, I say slip, they went off a cliff.
What was the signs of that happening?
The thing is, there were no signs.
No.
It literally went off a cliff.
Just completely off a cliff?
Yeah, so...
What was the cliff?
I call it the red line incident, and that's how I've described it in the past. And it was the first time she really... Jehovah's Witnesses are quite strict. So... Did
you understand it back then, that it was a Jehovah's Witness situation, or was it just... were you too young at that age?
I think I was too young, really. I remember her trying to explain it to us, and... I really didn't care. I just wanted to go play in the sandpit. That's all I wanted to do.
Yeah.
It was after the red line incident where we, I can tell you that in a minute if you'd like, but it was after that incident where suddenly the religion became
apparent.
Yeah, and became the dominating force and almost the excuse for her to continue this abuse.
So what was the incident then?
So the red line incident was some chocolate had gone missing in the house and no one would own up to eating it. And to this day, I still can't remember. I think we did work out who took it in the end, but it wasn't me. And we were all lined up in Charlotte's bedroom, all in a circle. And she had a chair leg. And she threatened us again, who took the chocolate. And we were all barefoot in a circle. And then she started striking the tops of the feet. But bearing in mind, I'm 4 years old. My sisters are not that much older, 7, 8. And that's the first time we've ever felt real pain. We'd been smacked a couple of times before, but real proper pain to the point where you want to pass out. And it, in one day, it had gone from 0 to 100 miles an hour. It was as if she'd flicked a switch and our lives were going to change forever.
How does a child's brain process that?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It still hasn't. I sit there and think at least once a day, why, how, you can read up on psychology, you can read up on a million different things. I still don't know why. And, things like chocolate going missing happen all the time in everyone's houses. Happens a lot in my house, as you can tell. But
and you are to blame for that one.
But there's no way mentally a child can cope with that. And I remember for the first time being scared, for the first time not knowing who this person was. You know, she'd been mummy before that. Now she was, she was a torturer. It was crazy.
So did it cool off after that, and then something else happened, or did it become more frequent?
So after that incident, it was a couple of weeks before the next incident. That time, I can't even remember what the incident was that time, but we were made to run up and downstairs until one of us collapsed, and that was considered normal for her, and that became a regular thing.
Who was it that collapsed?
It was Victoria who collapsed that time. It was ridiculous because I became quite proud that I never collapsed, and stupid as children, you should never think that, but I remember willing my siblings on, even though I knew actually if one of us collapsed,
it would end the game.
Yeah. And this is all Eunice did. It was all games. And then about a year later, after these first incidents, the Jehovah's Witness thing really started coming out. And
what do you mean by that?
So Eunice started telling us the reason she was doing this was because we had the devil in us. We had demons. We had uncultured, she called it, in us. And we believed it. I seriously believed it, and still have nightmares of it now. So she was doing this in the name of God, in the name of Jehovah, that she was going to get these demons out of us, and we had to learn to behave. And as things got worse over the years later on, she almost set us in a motion that we did have to misbehave. If you're being starved for weeks on at a time as a kid, you're just craving food, you will steal food, and then then the process starts again, and
setting you up for failure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
How was the house set up then? Like, who slept where? Were there any other adults coming in and out? Did she have complete control?
So we had multiple houses. We had a house in Northway in Tewkesbury. That was quite normal, to be honest. The Northway house, normal neighbours, but no one ever came in that house. It was just Eunice's domain. And then we also had a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere in a little village called Eckington, right on the outskirts of Eckington, where we could have screamed for days and no one would have heard anything.
Did Eunice have a partner?
So she had a partner before we arrived, but we saw him a few times. He'd come and visit, and I think he probably knew stuff was going on.
That's why he left.
Yeah.
All right.
And also there was, I think, people were scared of her. Even people within the religion she was not to be trifled with, or she could make your life hell. And so people just left her alone to get on with it, and kept going until 16 years old.
16 years old, oh my God. All right, so what age do you start school?
So age 6, I went to school. My total education is about a week. Because the first couple of days of school, they noticed, one, I was stealing food out of people's lunchboxes because didn't having it at home. And I thought it was amazing. There was food everywhere. I could take it. It's quite sad, isn't it? It really is sad. But I remember being amazed that all these kids had this food and maybe I could take some. And the teachers caught onto that very quickly, like, why are you doing that? Also, I had a lot of unexplained bruises, which there's only so many bike accidents a child can have before those bruises become, before people suspect things. So within a week, Unice had pulled us out of school.
Right.
And registered us with Gloucestershire Council as self-taught or taught from home.
So when they saw your bruises at school, did a teacher take you to one side and ask you, what's this?
So I was never approached, but I believe, I've learned later on from documents that Eunice was approached after school, and she said he'd had a really bad bike accident, and the head didn't question it, even though the teacher wasn't happy with it. and we didn't arrive the following Monday. So,
were you excited to start school? To get out of that environment?
At this point, we were still kind of believing that this was normal.
The abuse was normal.
And that most children went through this. And, so for me, yes, I was excited to go to school, but not almost to escape, because I thought everyone else, this was just normal. It probably wasn't until I was 12 or 13 that I actually realised that this really isn't normal.
So you weren't excited your first day of school, like most kids are?
Not really. So my first day of school, I was pretty much dragging my right arm because I'd been beaten the night before. So I remember just being in a lot of discomfort. And the first day of school contained sports day. So the first ball that hit my arm, I was in agony. And so
why had the punishment come about the night before? What was that infraction?
So I hadn't hung up my school uniform before. So her favourite was a chair leg, and she would strike it. She was an ex-nurse, so she knew where not to cause serious bruising, but she always went for joints where she knew she could get away with it, but she'd missed and caught my arm and it bruised up quite badly. So
Jesus. All right, so that first day in school then, did you make any friends or anything?
I don't think so. I think I was a bit of a nutcase, to be honest. I had
go around nicking everyone's lunch.
that as well. And also, I'd never met other kids before. So, a lot of other kids, as I'm learning now, they have nursery, they meet other kids beforehand, they have friends. So I was very intense probably to be around. And so I think most of the kids avoided me. But it's pretty much a blur because it was only a week. I think we literally started on the Tuesday and we were gone the next Monday. So
how did you feel when you weren't allowed to attend school anymore?
So she told me that Jehovah's Witnesses can't go to school. It's against the religion. So I just believed it. I was sad because I was quite excited. We were going to start music class. So I was like, this is amazing. I'm going to learn music. And I remember just being really sad that I couldn't do that.
At this point, had you met any other Jehovah's Witnesses?
So we went to... So our going to church was quite sporadic because we had a lot of bruises and a lot of injuries, and even some Jehovah's Witnesses would question it. As I found out later on, a lot would try and report it to elders and etc., and it would never get dealt with. So Unice was very careful when she took us to church, and we'd always wear long sleeve shirts. To be honest, when we went to church, it was pretty weird. We'd all wear, I'll show you guys a photo later, but we'd all wear exactly the same clothes with wacky patterns. So we'd all be 100% matching, shoes, socks, everything. It was like something from a musical. It was very weird. We stood out for all the wrong reasons, even within the Jehovah's Witness faith.
I'm surprised she wanted to draw attention to you.
Well,
that's shocking.
It's weird because, yes, that drew attention to us, but also...
hiding in plain sight.
It was almost that, yeah. The more I look at it now, it's you're so shocked by the fashion, you're not looking at the bruises, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, so us going to church wasn't as probably regular as you guys went. I think, we'd never go to the Thursday meetings. We'd sometimes go to the Sunday meetings. But she would always be teaching us at home. She'd have the Awake, she'd have the Watchtower, those are publications that the Jehovah's Witnesses do. How often's the Watchtower?
How
often?
Watchtower comes out every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, yeah. And the Awake is monthly, wasn't it?
Well, that was every 2 weeks, I think, in those days.
Yeah.
And they were used regularly at the meeting, so they were the base of the study, wasn't they?
So I don't know what she had told the other Jehovah's Witnesses, but they would drop those off to us at home, and we would learn them at home. It was only in our early teens that we became very regularly going back to the Jehovah's Witness, our local church.
So reading the back of these books, then, one of the most horrific things is this: the Eunice forced bleach and urine down the kids' throats. How did it escalate to that level?
So she would always trick us into trying to rat each other out. And then if she caught you lying, we would be made to gargle something. So that was either bleach, TCP, washing up liquid. I still can't have washing up liquid in the house.
How do you wash your dishes?
We do. There's Lidl very kindly. Other brands are available, but Lidl very kindly do one with no scent at all because the smell. It's like a PTSD trigger for me. I can't do it.
How old were you when this torture happened?
So around 7 to 8 was the liquids. So this was when we were in the farmhouse, and we would be made to fill our mouth with washing up liquid and walk around the big lawn. She had this large lawn about 5 or 6 times. And if you were sick, you'd have to eat the sick and then start again. So it was all about power to her, and to scare us into not lying and to just dob each other in.
Jesus.
So yeah, I can't deal with washing up liquid now. TCP, I've spent a lot of time in hospitals recently and everything stinks of TCP. It's hell for me. I can't deal with that.
Why did she knock Victoria's teeth out?
I don't actually know what caused Victoria's incident with the teeth. We all had pretty bad teeth anyway because we didn't go to the dentist often. And even now I struggle with dentists because they're a new thing to me. No one likes a dentist anyway, I don't think. But Victoria being involved in a car accident later in our lives and had received some mouth injuries as well. And I think she was sick of Victoria complaining about it. So
she knocked her teeth out.
So I remember Eunice pulling one of my teeth out that wasn't quite ready to come out, but she was again sick of us complaining about it. So
how did she do that?
That was with a tweezer. So
what did she use on Victoria?
I don't know. I was in the fields that day. So in the farmhouse, we didn't actually live in the main farmhouse with Eunice. We lived out either in the summer I'd camp in the field with my dog. In the winter there was an old mobile home that we lived in, and no heating, no electric or anything like that. So yeah, it got pretty bad in the winters.
So when you saw your sister with no teeth, what went through your head?
Nothing. It was quite normal for us to have injuries, you know. The only thing that really shocked me, so if we were caught lying again, she would try and shock us, and Victoria and I both all had our hands put on the Rayburn at some point. So Rayburn is like a big old-fashioned cooker, and they have this steel top that's coal-fed, and 300-400 degrees quite comfortably, and she would just grab your hand and sear it basically.
Okay, because our channel's got been in trouble with the police over certain reporting, let's just leave the names out of any of the other siblings. Yeah. Except for you and Victoria.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, going forward.
So shall I say sister?
Yeah, let's just say that.
Can we get away with that?
Yeah, and we'll have to edit those out, those names he said so far. Yeah.
Can you bleep them or?
Yeah, we'll mute them out. That's no problem.
Yeah,
that's no problem. You're doing great, man. This is something else. This is a completely different world, isn't it?
It's not a normal world, is it? It's not. That's part of the reason how we cope with it. We almost think of it as someone else's world, because if you actually let yourself think this happened to you, you end up...
Departmentalize it.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay.
It's the only way we can cope with it. And Victoria struggled with that. And ultimately, that's what led to her suicide.
As you're getting older then, in these early years... Do you, even though you're not at school, do you ever go out to a park, or do you interact with other kids? Do you have any friends?
We had no friends. I made my first friend 18 years old. We never went out unless we were strictly guarded by Unice. we lived in our houses and the farms, and that was it.
What kind of places did she take you where she guarded you?
So just trying to think. Well, there's a couple of things here. One, she'd have friends within the church who she'd go and visit for coffee, and we would be made to stay. She had a big minibus. We'd be made to stay in the minibus, whatever the weather, whatever happened. We'd be parked right outside the cafe, Safeway in Tewkesbury. That's going back a bit, Morrison's now. But there was this big glass cafeteria, and she would park the van literally beside the cafeteria so she could watch us. And you have to remember, this is also while we're being starved. So we're watching people eat while you're sat there struggling to maintain consciousness half the time. So we were always guarded. You know, the reason for that is she did bring us in the cafeteria once, and someone commented that we looked bruised. So then we stayed in the car after that. But we had some good times. You know, there was in 98, we all went to Florida. Eunice had this big dream that we were all going to go to Disneyland. So we went out to Florida for 6 weeks. And from the moment, the day of the flights, we were treated 100% like normal kids. Bought brand new clothes. We flew first class, or business class, which is incredible for kids. You know, I'd never been on a plane before. This is amazing. We were hugged. And this wasn't just when public were looking at us. This was when we got to the villa and no one was around us. She still treated us like normal children. And for all those 6 weeks, not one little bit of abuse. And then we would get home, and within 3 days it all started times 10.
It's almost like she took a holiday from her torturing.
It really was.
Yeah.
It really was. And that's one of the weird things, because she was so guarded around us, like sitting outside in a van so she can watch us, to suddenly turn all that off. It was a bit psychotic, really.
Who paid for the holiday?
She had money. We never know how she had money, but she had real money. She was slowly doing up that farmhouse that we were living in. White marble fireplaces, a kitchen that was ridiculously overspec'd, American fridge freezers, nice cars, big Chevy imported from America.
How much was she getting per kid from the government?
It wouldn't have been the amount she was spending.
Right.
She was getting quite a lot from, don't get me wrong, but she had money, and to this day we never know where that money really came from.
Do you believe it's from the church?
That's a good question. It has been suggested people helped her from the church. I don't know, is the actual answer.
So you said when you got back, the abuse ratcheted up by 10. What do you mean by that?
So we were starting to get a bit bigger at this point. I'd been 98, I was 10, 11 years old. So I wasn't so scared at that point. So the randomness of the attacks changed. So you would be just walking along and she would come up with a hammer and hit you over the back of the head with it. The worst incident for me out of the randomness was this old farmhouse had sash windows, and inside the sash windows there's these large lead weights. They look like giant sausages, and each lead weight weighs, it's about 8 kilos. They're heavy. And I was sat playing with my younger brother just outside one of the buildings, and she just came and hit me over the head with one. And I remember not instantly blacking out, but slowly the lights turning off. And
you passed out?
I was out cold. My sister said I was out cold for 10, 15 minutes. I was gone.
Proper KO'd.
I remember being able to hear stuff in the background, but then just peace. I remember I thought, actually, this is it. She's finally done it. I remember being totally at peace, no pain, nothing. And then I remember the next thing I remember is my sister bringing me round, and I probably died then, to be honest. I probably, if it hadn't been for my sibling, I wouldn't have come back round.
So you said, this is it. She's finally done it then. So had you gone from, this is a regular thing, this is normal, to now, as you're getting older, believing something's not right here, this person might kill me, and you're getting a bit apprehensive?
So I was starting to question, should I fight back? I was quite a strong lad. I could have probably punched her back. She was only a little woman. I never did. I grabbed her. Yeah, we had beatings daily. Beatings were not a problem. It grew to the point I didn't even feel the beatings anymore. We could put ourselves, we all had our little places we put ourselves in our brain that we could take half an hour beating quite comfortably. And that sounds terrible, but for us, it was just a matter of fact.
Was she beating you with her hands and fists, or was she using things?
Was it always an object?
It was always objects.
Object.
Bamboo sticks was a favourite across the bottoms of the feet. Chair legs. If we screamed, she'd put a chair leg down the throat to silence us.
Chair leg down the throat?
Yeah, the police actually took photography of that. You could see that in. So we learnt not to scream, because that's quite painful. But yeah, beatings weren't really that big a thing for us, and she must have noticed that. She must have noticed we were coping with them, hence the random attacks came. Getting hit across the back of the knee with a cricket bat and not being able to walk for 6 weeks was... she was proud of that. I remember her being quite proud of that. Cuts on the hands. If we stole food, she'd find, like, a tin of tuna got stolen. She would find the tin and then cut across the hands. So I've still got those on my hands. It went up a notch, and every time we got used to that, she would have to think of a way to scare us again, because I think she felt she was losing control of us.
Can I just ask, because was there a time when I seem to remember either reading or you telling me that they had to get splinters out of your throat?
So this is quite recent, actually. Yeah. So I was having x-rays on wisdom teeth. And most of my teeth are... I can't swear, can I? Most of my teeth are messed up. And they took an x-ray and they're like, there's dark objects in your jaw. So instantly you think, cancer in your jaw. And so they started digging around in the jawline, and it was bits of bamboo stick that had, when she's ramming it into our throat, had splintered off and gone into our cheekbones. Into your jawline. So that was quite recent. And they found a tiny little triangle of metal in my jawbone, which had turned into a small cyst-like tumour. And that turned out to be the tip of a knife. And she'd used a knife, and it had gone into our jaw with that much force that it just left itself in there. So she'd ramped it up. She'd ramped it up to a point where we were... I still think that how did we survive that? Luck.
How close were you then to just like grabbing this woman and being like, this is the end, basically, you're not doing this to me anymore?
There was one time where I think she'd gone to knock me out. So she had a chair leg, and it was a favourite of hers, as you can tell. And she'd hit me across the back of the neck. And it hurt like hell, but I hadn't gone down. And you could see the rage go up here, like someone had just lit a firework. And she did it again, and I grabbed it. And that was the first time I've seen her scared. And then she just screamed, high-pitched scream. And I ran out. Part of me looks back at that now and thinks, actually, I should have probably just hit her over the head with it. But for years we'd been, told that she was saving us, and this was our mum, and we didn't hate her, we hated what she was doing. So years later, with all the injuries, with the hospital visits, making up for all the abuse she's given us, Now I'm angry. But back then, I just wanted it to stop. If she would have come in to the room and said, actually, I'm going to stop it all, we would have forgiven her. I think all three of us would have forgiven her. Whereas now it's a bit different.
How old were you when that one happened?
I would have been, so that was quite close to the end. So I was about 14 at the time.
That was 14.
Yeah.
And how was your sister coping as she's getting older?
So my one sister, this is where it gets even weirder. So we had a large car accident in the family. We'd gone for a family holidays, the first since Florida, to Pontins in, God, I want to say Breen.
Yeah, near Western-super-Mare.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
One.
So we'd all, with some friends of Eunice, other JWs, we'd all headed down to Breen. And this is the first time we'd probably been out in a long time. So there was excitement, but the abuse was still going on. So it was mixed excitement. And on the way back from that, it was a very weird holiday, but on the way back from that, there'd been a large car accident. And Eunice's real daughter and her adopted, do you want me to do it without names?
Yeah, without names, please. Just say my brother or my sister.
Real sister or adopted sister.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But you can use Victoria's name. You can use Victoria's name. Yeah.
So there'd been a large car accident, and Eunice's real daughter and her adopted daughter died in that car accident.
No way.
And Victoria and my younger brother were trapped in the car. So there was these little sooty vans.
So they seen your two sisters who died.
It was one of the worst accidents I've.
How did it happen? An accident?
So there was a traffic jam on the M5 near Avonmouth Bridge, and they were in a tiny little people carrier, Bedford Rascal, tiny little sooty van. And they'd stopped in traffic, and the lorry behind was fiddling with his stereo and hit them at 55 miles an hour.
Oh, sandwiched them.
Between two lorries.
Between two lorries.
So the car was 3.5 feet long.
No.
And somehow Victoria, she had so many injuries. She, spinal, hips, brain damage. She was in a very bad way. My younger brother was actually in a child seat, a booster seat, and the seat saved his life. He had broken legs, but he was fine from that. But, Victoria sat with her adopted sister's head in her lap. It was... I can't imagine that. We didn't know any of this had happened, of course. When did you find out? This was before mobile phones were a big thing, but we carried on driving home. We knew there was a big traffic jam, so we drove home and we started ringing the one mobile phone they had, and no answer. And next thing we know, a unmarked police cars arrived at the house, and I don't think they told Unice straight away, but she was taken away to French hospital where my brother and Victoria were in a very bad way. So we didn't know at this point. All we knew is there'd been a big car accident. We half expected them to all be okay. The fact that she'd gone to hospital, that must mean they're okay. And it was the next day we were driven up to the hospital, and Unice took us into a side room, myself and my blood sibling, and very matter-of-factly, very coldly said, they're dead. And then very coldly just looked us straight in the eye and said, I wish it was you.
What?
Because I was meant to be where her adopted daughter was. I'd swapped at the last moment because I was good with her grandparents were in wheelchairs, and I was good with the wheelchairs, so I'd swapped literally 10 minutes before, or it'd have been me in the car.
My God, so what was going through your head then when that was said to you?
Well, it was mixed because one, you've just been told while those siblings were never abused, they were still our siblings, and you've just been told they're dead, and it was tragic. And then to just have that coldly said at the end was
matter of fact.
It was just it was brutal. And then she walked out and left us to it. So I got to see my brother, who was in a horrific way, and then I went down to see Victoria, who had 5 surgeries that night just to try and save her life, and a cage around her, and it was horrific. I've never seen anything like that. Eunice didn't want to walk us into that, so she just let us go on our own. And I remember the nurses looking around where's your mum? But yeah, it was pretty bad. And then within this, of course, she was denied blood.
Go on, could you explain that then, why that would happen?
So Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in blood transfusions. And I caught a conversation when I was in one of the corridors of a doctor on the phone saying she doesn't have blood, she will die. And them talking to their legal teams, as they do. And then the Jehovah's Witness, what do they call them?
Hospital Liaison Committee.
Thank you. Came down, and they basically support the victim and stopping any doctors meddling in their affairs. So she actually did have blood in the end. They overrode it. I don't know how, I don't know legally what they did, but she went into surgery for the 6th time, and within 2 days, and they gave her blood. And I remember Unice being so angry that for one, I don't think she actually cared about the blood thing. It was more her decision had been overturned, and she considered Victoria unclean at that point. So all this, happening while we're grieving the loss of our 2 siblings, and to hear your sister, who's literally led their near death, being called unclean, it's vile.
Heartless.
Yeah.
Could you explain a bit more about the blood thing, John?
Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses base all of their beliefs on the Bible, or their interpretation of the Bible, and the one with regard to blood they take very seriously, mostly in the Old Testament or the Hebrew scriptures, that has to do with bleeding animals before you can eat them, to make sure that the blood is drained out, because the life force is in the blood. That represents the life force, the blood. So once the life force or the blood is out, then the Bible says you can eat the animal. And so that's sort of extrapolated then back into to humans, that blood is life, or life is blood. So it's sacred and shouldn't be used for any other purpose, even for what might be seemingly saving lives. So Jehovah's Witnesses don't accept blood. They do accept minor fractions of blood, and over the years they've changed their view of things like organ transplantation and stuff like that, whereas in the past it's been a no, and blood has been no. Now it's just that the 4 main components of blood, you've got the red cells, white cells, platelets and plasma. They are a no-go area. But if scientists can break down blood into other things like factor VIII or some of those other clotting factors, they're a matter of conscience. But it sounds like, that they call it a matter of conscience. So every individual Jehovah's Witness can decide. But I must say that in what you're describing with Victoria's terrible injuries, obviously in that case,
they couldn't get it overrun.
They just wanted to put some volume of blood inside her so that she doesn't just bleed to death.
She'd lost half, I think, don't quote me, but I think they said she'd lost half her blood at one point. And
so how does a doctor go about getting this overturned?
I think they just did it, to be honest.
Right.
I think they used the fact that she was adopted and not Eunice's blood child. They did something around that, and they just did it.
They will, the courts in this day and age, the courts would never allow a child to die.
No.
Mm-mm.
So however much the Jehovah's Witness or the parents will protest that they don't want their child to have blood, it nearly always goes straight up, even emergency, to the court, the family court, and they'll have a quick discussion over the telephone. They have what they call either an inter-parties, like a one-to-one with the doctors, or they'll get the parents involved, and over the phone, the parents will put their case to the judge, the doctors will put their case to the judge, and the judge will decide. And it's nearly always, right, well, the doctor says it's needed. So I think fortunately in this country, a child would never be left to die.
No.
Unless they're sort of 15, 16 or 17, where
Gets complicated, doesn't it?
where
Yeah.
they may be considered to have capacity, and that's where there may be a question mark. But in the situation that Chris has described, the judge would have just said, give the child
She's
blood.
getting this, yeah.
But isn't there situations whereby all of that to-ing and fro-in with both parties and the judge, the child could have died already?
It's happened.
It's happened.
It's happened.
Yeah, there is a provision whereby if two consultants agree, basically they can give blood.
Yeah.
If a consultant gets a second opinion from another consultant, that normally would make sure they're safe and they wouldn't get sued. But the reason why they go to a judge is because a doctor can get sued, but you can't sue a judge.
No.
And if the judge says give the child blood, then the hospital are off the hook.
I think it's more of a problem in America where legal, I don't know, you'll know more about this, but it can become ridiculous, the legal almost bridges that the Jehovah's Witnesses can put in, the liaison teams and things. And there are stories of kids dying. There are so many stories of adults dying for not being able to get a transfusion. So, you know, people in comas and stuff, and people have blocked the transfusion on their behalf. And it's like, I don't get that bit.
Going back to the accident then, who was driving that vehicle?
So Eunice's real daughter was driving the vehicle and she died instantly.
How old was she? Would you say?
I want to say early 30s. But she died instantly. Eunice's adoptive daughter died instantly as well. So there's, I still can't, they were air ambulanced out. You've got to thank the air ambulance for really being only 3 or 4 minutes away. Victoria shouldn't have survived that. The odds would have been 10%, if that. I don't know how she survived. As I said, my brother was in a chair that had basically became a little crash suit for him, and he just walked away with a fractured elbow and some quite bad leg injuries. But
So 2 people died.
Yeah, 2 out of the 4 died.
2 survived.
Yeah,
but were very injured.
Yeah.
What was it like in the house in the aftermath of the accident?
So Unice stayed. So after we'd gone down to the hospital, we went to actually stay with some Jehovah's Witnesses. An elderly couple had offered to put us up, and they were amazing. They're very strict for their religion, but I don't think they had any idea what Unice had done before, or I think it would have been a very different story. But Unice probably to this day still blames us for that accident. We should have been the ones who died, and she let that be known when she finally returned home. I think it was nearly 9 weeks before they came home. They were in hospital for a long time. So,
and she stayed up there.
She stayed up there the whole time. Okay. Yeah. So for us, it was a bit like a holiday, no abuse, and don't get me wrong, it was tragic.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's that first taste of normality we'd had in a long time.
Having the space to grieve properly without Eunice's behaviour.
But all you want at that point when you're grieving is your mum. All you want is some love, some affection, and she'd put the shutters up, and we were not going to get that. And I don't think, either me or my siblings have ever got over that crash. It's still... on my way to work, I have to drive past that road quite often, and Eunice had some trees planted where the crash happened. There's 2 big silver birches, and they've grown up right next to the motorway, and you can just see them a mile away. And it's really hard to drive past it. 1, knowing my siblings died, and 2, actually, because that message plays in your head every time. It's your fault, and it still affects me now.
Have you had counselling over any of this?
So I've got issues with counselling, not just me personally. I've got no issue, with recommending counselling to anyone else, but I always feel like I'm being attacked. So I find it very hard to even approach counselling. More recently, very recently, actually, the last 6 weeks, I've been starting a course to try and understand some of the triggers. I've got weird little triggers that set off my PTSD. The smell of air conditioning when you first turn the aircon on in the car, the smell of washing up liquid, babies crying. It's a really weird one, but it's all I heard as a kid was crying, and it still triggers me now. So I've been doing some therapy around that. I found it helpful, actually.
Good.
But it's taken me best part of 10, 11, 12 years to actually be ready to do that.
When she got back from the hospital, what was her behaviour like?
Cold. She barely acknowledged our existence most of the time. The physical abuse had basically stopped at that point for a while anyway. It came back. But
with the usual weapons and stuff?
Yes, but more calculated and a lot more surprised.
Did you get attacked while you were trying to sleep?
So very rarely, because we were never in the farmhouse. So I'd sleep in the field most of the time. Or
slept in a field?
Yeah.
So good weather, he said.
In good weather. So
with your dog.
See, so that may sound mad to you, but those are some of my happiest memories as a kid. I tried to paint it once, waking up and in the cornfield and having deer at the end of your feet, and they were just investigating you like wide-eyed, like what the hell is he doing here? And just sleeping there in a field with a blanket and your dog.
Did you feel safe with your dog and the blanket?
100%. Yeah, 100%. A lot safer than being around the house. In the winter, we had the static home, the mobile home, and but even then, I'd have rather been in the field, because at least I was in control. It was probably the only one bit of control I had. Did
your siblings come out into the field as well and sleep?
No, I was the only one crazy enough to do that, apparently. Got told that a few times. Apparently waking up with slugs and things is not what they wanted. It's good protein. But jokes aside, I just wanted to be as far away from Unice as possible. And that's how it came in the later years. I would try and avoid her like the plague, because I knew it was wrong. At this point, I'd worked out it was wrong. I didn't know how to deal with it. The only thought in my head was violence to deal with it, and that didn't sit right with me even back then. So it was better to avoid it, and she noticed that, hence the surprise attacks, and...
Could you give us an example of a surprise attack after the hospital?
So we'd been stripping lots of flooring out of the farmhouse, and there were these small planks of wood with nails in, and she would quite often whip that across the back, and you'd get, I called it staggered, you'd get little puncture wounds all on your back. I've still got those now. And the one time she whipped it across the front of my knee, and it punctured it. Punctured the actual kneecap. So I went to pull out the wood, and it wouldn't.
Oh my God.
And yeah, I'm feeling sick thinking about that. It didn't really hurt. That's the crazy thing. It stung, but...
Was it the adrenaline?
Adrenaline had kicked in.
Oh my God.
And then having to wind it round to try and pull it out. Was interesting. But and most of these things that happen, we had broken arms. We know that. We had broken hands. She would beat hands quite regularly. I think I can count on on my hand the amount of times we actually went to hospital when things had gone badly wrong.
When was the first time you went to hospital?
So first time was she knocked me out and I had a cut across my eye and she panicked about that. So we went to hospital. I'd had a bike accident was the excuse. I really was quite clumsy on that bike. if you check my records.
Did you even own a bike?
No.
Oh my God.
That's the ironic thing. No. That's a luxury we didn't own. But yeah, whenever we went to hospital, there was always an excuse. And I think the second time was when I think I'd been led down. That's probably actually one of the only times she actually properly attacked me while sleeping. I'd been led down and she stood on my elbow and it was just while it was arched and it went the wrong way. And yeah, I don't know what happened, but she rushed me to hospital. I remember having gas and air for the first time and loving that. Still love gas and air.
Was that put down to what? At the hospital, what did you tell them? The dog.
I was playing rough with the dog. So it was a big dog, but Jesus.
And you didn't have any teeth marks?
No.
Funny enough.
Yeah. I think...
Were they getting suspicious at the hospital at this point?
The thing is, she was clever. She went to different hospitals. So she'd go to Tewkesbury Hospital, she'd go to Perthshire Hospital, she'd go to Worcester Hospital. And these were all quite big drives from each other, but she knew what she was doing.
Rotating hospitals.
Yeah, and we didn't have any set medical records. So we lived under assumed names. So I didn't learn my real name until I was 16, 17 years old. So we had these...
What was your fake name?
I can't go to that.
You can't
go to that.
But
technically...
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, we had these fake names almost that she'd made up and just to cover her tracks, really. And then she might have been claiming finances with that as well. We don't know. But yeah, so I guess that was why none of the medical records quite added up and no one was tracking it well enough. The education thing was the weird one for me out of all this. So we were home taught and once a year we'd have an inspector come to view our education and they got shown the same work about 5 years in a row. Eunice literally left it on these like placards and stuff and they got shown the same work 5 years in a row.
They didn't suspect a thing.
Not a thing was suspected. I read in the serious case review that the education had visited and everything was fine. You got shown the same work. Didn't that trigger anything? And we weren't there for 3 years. 3 of the 5 years we were apparently on a field trip.
Oh.
So yeah, there's so many opportunities that this could have been caught.
So earlier on you said that as a 3 or 4 year old going to a Jehovah's Witness household, you just wanted to play with your toys, you weren't paying any attention. But now 10 years later, what does it mean to you at that age? Are you now steeped in this religion? Is she like giving you classes on this? Do you have to go to attend any services there?
So later on, especially around the car accident, we were attending every service.
Right. How often is that?
So in Tewkesbury, I don't know about your local one, but it was Thursday nights and Sundays.
And what is the service?
So I only mainly went to the Sunday ones, but that would start. You'll probably know more, but it's a 1 hour.
Yeah, Sunday was the first thing was what we called a public talk, where members of the public were invited to it, although mostly it was the congregation. And then that was followed quickly by a study of the Watchtower magazine, where that would be a question and answer and someone would be on the stage and the paragraphs would be read individually and then questions would be asked and members of the congregation could put their hand up and you'd call and say, Brother Viney, and you'd give your little testament and they went through. So that was a Sunday, the public talk for 45 minutes where someone gave a talk.
Yeah.
And then on the Thursday, we called it the ministry school.
Yeah.
And that was where members of the congregation had volunteered to give little 5-minute or 10-minute presentations. They were all assigned. And then the second meeting on the Thursday was what they called the service meeting, where it was how to prepare for going door to door knocking, what to say. So those were the two main, or the four main meetings at the Kingdom Hall. And at some point, they used to do a book study or a group study on a Tuesday.
That's it, yeah. We never did that.
It was just a 1 hour study in someone's home. And that went on for years and years.
She didn't like people coming to the home.
No.
But it was weird because it was the second half was the question with the watchtower.
Yes, the watchtower, the second half of the
So
Sunday.
Eunice would write these really elaborate answers in red pen, and we'd have to put our hands up and read this elaborate answer that we had no idea. But it would be like a 30-second answer, whereas most people are just doing literally 5 seconds. They'd answer it, and that's it. And you'd all put your hands up, and this poor bloke would run around with the microphone. So,
and you'd have to say these really elaborate
that we had no idea about. Yeah,
right.
We'd stopped paying attention, to be perfectly honest, to what Unice was teaching us about the watchtower, because we came to the conclusion quite quickly that she wasn't actually following it herself. So why should we? But she always made this public show of it. So she wanted to be, nice big car, the show-off children. She'd helped. Look at these 5 children I've dragged in with me. I've helped them all.
Dressed to the nines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
matching outfits.
I will show you later. It's weird.
Please do.
It's weird.
Sounds like the Von Trapp children.
Yeah.
It literally was.
Just in curtains.
Yeah. Can I just take a quick sip of this?
Yes,
go for it.
Go for it, absolutely.
Just do it next to the sound, just for you there.
So, so when you are attending these services, then, do you have any interest in what's being said? Are you like getting engaged, or is it a way to get out the house? How are you viewing it as a teenager?
So for us, it was quite exciting because we were leaving the house, but within minutes I was bored.
Yeah.
That 45-minute talk quite often went over as well. It was always by a local elder or something, and it was very lengthy, and they could be. I've got ADHD, so I struggle to, I struggle to drive sometimes. I get disinterested. So sitting in a room perfectly quiet, you can't make a noise, you can't talk to your siblings next to you. It's quite strict, and I was very bored.
We were saying about the youth today with their attention span on TikTok.
I think at the meetings, to be fair, were particularly boring. If you were a kid, to sit for 2 hours, and in those days as well, some capital punishment was given. So you'd get a slap. So you'd often hear kids being taken out. No, don't, no. And out the back you'd hear it.
Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, and then they'd come back in.
Just silence. Yeah.
So as you're getting into your mid-teens, hormones kicking in, are you thinking that, I want to go out, meet a girlfriend, anything like that, meet a partner?
So that hadn't really come on. It did later on, believe me. But I made it for lost time. But it didn't really come on. We were so controlled and so manipulated that we had very little free thought, not until the very last few months of being under her control.
Did you have internet access?
No.
TV?
No.
No form of...
No games consoles, no. So my younger brother did. So my younger brother was never abused. And he won't mind me talking about it. We had a conversation with me on the way up. And we were laughing about it at the time. But actually, when you think about it, it's bloody ridiculous. But he was had from birth. So
this was her birth kid?
Yeah. It was my blood brother, but he was adopted from birth.
Oh, gotcha. This was the brother who came about later on.
So he was never smart, never abused, was given everything. She bought him like a VW Beetle when he was 8 years old, just to drive around the farm, and he couldn't even reach the pedals. I drove it there. It was good. But, you know, never abused, lived in the top of the farmhouse in like this little palace. Very different lives. And of course that caused a lot of jealousy issues where I quite often thought I was going to kill him. And maybe then I'd become the most liked one. But yeah, I can't remember where I was going with that. Sorry.
Why do you think she did not abuse him?
So I can only think really that she had him from birth. That is the only difference between him and
so she didn't have to break him.
Yeah.
All right.
But also he's got his own abuse story to tell out of all this, because he was almost kept like a baby. You know, when we first came into care, modern care, he couldn't tie his shoelaces. You know, Eunice was still wiping his butt. Yeah.
How old?
So I came at 16, so he'd been 12.
Cool.
Still wiping his bum at 12?
Yeah.
Can't tie his shoelaces, wipe his own arse. Nothing.
So while he'd had everything, he had no life skills at all.
Good grief.
And also, you know, it's been harder for him because he has got a story, but he hasn't got a story, if that makes sense. He hasn't got all this abuse. We were the ones in the papers. We were the ones, you know, who almost had fame out of this, if you want to call it that. So for him, I actually think in many ways he's had the worst abuse, because he's had to relearn how to live. You know, I came out of Eunice's care, got a job, be it manual labouring at first, but I had a work ethic. I knew about, you know, waking up, going and working, because that's all we did on the farm. That's all we did. So in many ways, she damaged him so much versus us. You know, ours was all physical. He has this mental battle now. Now.
Can I ask what he does for a living now?
So he's faced addiction issues for years. So he's had various little jobs and then failed due to you know, alcoholism and things. And he's just recently started to rebuild his life. You know, he's sorted himself out of flats. He's accepting counselling. He's you know, going to alcohol AA groups and things. So he's just starting to. And I've worked with him for years. He'll always be my little bro. You know, every journey I make, I spend an hour on the phone talking to him while driving between places with work. So he's always going to be my little bro. But actually, he came out of this really damaged.
Yeah.
When these things were happening to you, the horrific things, was he present? Did he see them?
I think he did see some things. Yeah, he must have seen things. But we made the decision very early on, if we were going to cooperate the police, that they leave him alone. And that was, you know, said to the police officers very early on. But that's a whole different story. That's a weird one.
How old were you when you made that decision?
So the arrest happened when I was 16.
The arrest of Unice?
Yes.
How did that come about then?
So Victoria had been getting more and more unwell, physically, mentally.
Will she have permanent damage from the accident as well?
This is where it gets very weird. So let's go back a bit.
Okay.
And this is where it gets so messed up, and this is where I struggle anger-wise with it all. So Victoria had a really bad injuries, broken hips, legs, spine twice. She shouldn't have been alive. You know, internal injuries. You know, she lost her stomach. She lost
her stomach.
Yeah.
So was she on a colostomy and all that?
Yeah.
Good grief.
She went through hell, but she was a fighter, and the team at Franchise Hospital at the time were incredible. They rebuilt her, and Unice spotted an opportunity for money. And as Victoria started to do physio to learn to walk, Unice at that point decided that Victoria shouldn't walk.
No.
And so pulled her out of physio And of course, with all sitting there for nearly a year in hospital on and off, she had no muscle in her legs. So physically she couldn't walk. But medically, there was no reason why she shouldn't walk.
Or at least work towards it, yeah.
Yeah, Eunice wouldn't ever allow that. And any time a doctor suggested, physio, she'd move doctors. Because in the background, she was claiming this super compensation case, basically paralysed daughter. And Victoria didn't know this was kind of happening for most of this. She just thought she couldn't walk. But the whole time it was a calculated game by Eunice to make millions.
Did she?
It nearly worked.
Nearly.
The compensation was due not far after the arrests were made. But that's where it gets weird for me. So the arrests were made. I'd been living with Eunice's parents, who were elderly Jehovah's Witnesses. Was quite a physical lad, so I could help them. He was in a wheelchair, bad Parkinson's, arthritis. So I was living with their grandparents for about 6 months, and the abuse had stopped mostly. Next thing I know, police are knocking the door. We've arrested your mum. I'd only just got out of bed, so I closed the door and went back to bed. Literally, I did. You can't wake me up in the morning. It's not good.
You're not a morning person.
So at that point, the door went in. They came in after me. Right. And I was carted out. They always sent the dog man as well. I've never quite forgiven them for that.
What, the sniffer dogs?
Yeah, the police dog.
Oh, right.
I'm good friends with the officer now who went through my door with the police dog. I'm like, thanks, guys. I don't know what they thought they were going to face. Like,
wow.
I think they were expecting quite damaged children. So we were taken straight away to Tesco's because I had no clothes. I had one pair of jeans and one t-shirt. And that was it. And a set of pajamas. So we were taken away straight to Tesco's and bought our first clothes in donkey's years. So this was me and my little brother. I hadn't seen him in a year because Unice didn't want me talking to him. So suddenly we're in a car together and I'm like, hey, how are you? And then we're taken to the police station straight away. We've got clothes, sandwich, police station, where our training started kicking in. Unice had always taught us, if the police come, this is what you're going to say. So scariest police officer ever, Victoria Martel, if you're watching this. She's well mentioned within all this. She's questioning us, was Eunice a good mum? Yeah, she was lovely. Do you ever get smacked? Oh, once or twice. While they're sitting there with my arm in plaster and stuff.
Yeah.
We fed them the line we'd been taught for years. But what I didn't know was they really needed me to talk quickly because there was lots of court stuff going on in the background, protection orders, stuff like that. So they decided to take me to the hospital to see Victoria, who had just had surgery. Now, I hadn't seen Victoria in a year, same as my brother. And as I enter her room, I'm quite excited to see her. As I enter the room, she gets off the bed and walks to me. And at that point, my whole world just changed because I realised, the links had been made. Everything I'd been told was a lie.
All ticked.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she literally walked to me and I had to run. I couldn't deal with it. I literally ran and through Cheltenham Hospital, and I ended up just sitting in a random corridor crying my eyes out.
What was going through your head?
It was over. So just many mixed feelings. One,
is that the moment you knew you were going to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But also fear of speaking, and just so many mixed emotions, and also that my whole life had been a lie at that point. Literally, if you are willing to lie about someone being able to walk, that's a fundamental right to be able to walk, isn't it? What else have you been doing to us over these years? So at that point, I agreed to talk to the police, and they took me back to the station the same day, and I started this process.
Did you decide to tell them everything, or did you just play it like
I didn't tell them everything. And there was stuff I felt embarrassed about, and there was some sexual stuff as well, which I never fully went into, not for many years later. Also, I felt weak for not having fought back, because straight away one of the police officers said, "Oh, why didn't you push her or something?" And I had no question, I had no answer to give him. Why didn't I push her? Why didn't I defend myself? Well, that's because she had us that controlled.
It's like, you see these people who can go around the lions and the tigers, but they had them when they were little babies, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then they're conditioned, aren't they, from that age to have this kind of, show a certain fear and respect. Is that something?
It's pretty much like that, yeah.
Yeah. You've decided to tell the police everything now, but you're going to withhold some things. How are you deciding what to tell them and what not to tell them?
It's hard because some of the stuff was embarrassing. I hadn't really learnt about sexuality and stuff, and there was sexual abuse. I didn't want to talk to them about that at all. They were very keen, of course, to know all these things, and without sounding horrible, they were putting a lot of pressure on. And they'd come to my work where I was working at the time. I'd get a tannoy announcement. There's a police officer here to see you, and it got very intense because they knew there was more to it than just me saying, actually, I got smacked a few times. But yeah, I found it very embarrassing that I'd never fought back, or I'd never, God, why didn't I just run down the road and go to the post office and call for help?
Because you're conditioned from 3 years old.
But all these, well, there is that. But all these questions are going through your head because the way they question you, yes, they were using kid gloves, but the way they question you, oh, so did you ever think of doing this? And you're like, shit, I didn't. Sorry, I swore.
You're fine.
And I think well, no, I didn't. I felt really embarrassed, and I felt I'd failed my siblings by not helping them, even though actually we helped each other daily. We were all trained nurses by the end of our childhood. The way we could, strap up a broken hand or something, we were brilliant at it. So yeah, I felt like a failure. And at that time, I just wanted to withdraw from the whole court case.
As you were telling them things, were the police pulling the hospital records?
So I guess this was happening, yeah. I know they came across some records, not all the records they ever found. And it's weird because when I look back at my medical records now, they kind of start when I was 18. I have nothing before then, no dental, nothing like that. So it's weird. Basically, we ceased to exist on this earth before then, in the eyes of social services and the law. So,
was there a sense of relief and release, perhaps, to be telling somebody about what had happened finally?
Yes and no. It felt good to get it off my chest, but at the same time, they're prepping you to go to court. And also, I was under a lot of pressure to drop my case.
Pressure from who?
Well, Eunice actually came to my work at one point.
So was she arrested and bailed out?
Yeah, so she was arrested and bailed out, and we were in modern foster care, as I call it. And she would send letters that had to be vetted, saying, I love you, you'll always be our special little children. And she'd sent some PlayStations, and we only saw a little bit. I think social services and the police kept a lot back. So to keep our minds uncluttered, ready for court. And of course, while you're going through all this, your mental health's all over the place. But back then it was kind of the normal not to offer kids mental health services while they're going through a court case, because it could cloud their judgment later on in court, or you might forgive them even. So yeah, it was complicated.
Were your siblings talking to the police as well?
Yes. So, we kind of made the off-record arrangement with the police that we would talk or tell some stuff if they left my younger brother alone, because he wouldn't have survived it. So we came to that arrangement quite quickly, and I don't think we all told the whole story. I don't think any of us. There was always something we were embarrassed about. I remember being questioned, actually, when it went to court. There was some stuff I just froze. I couldn't talk about it. Drowning. Drowning is, we were drowned a few times as a kid. And
what was the infraction that caused her to want to drown you?
And how did she drown you?
So the first time was in a bath. So we need to wash you to get the uncleanness off you. So strip naked, bath, and then she'd hold us down neck first. And you're literally gripping her hand trying to get back up. So first time she did that, I blacked out.
Jesus.
And she had to, was doing compressions and stuff to get me back.
And the uncleanness was to do with the religious belief?
I guess so. Whether she actually believed that, I don't know. So anything to do with the drowning, there was a time we owned a small boat. She hit me across the back of the head while we were on the boat. I fell in. I don't know how I got out. I still have no idea how I got out. All I know is I came around on the boat 5 or 6 hours later. Just anything like that I couldn't talk about in court. And I could see the prosecutors, trying to avoid it so that I didn't freeze, but the defence isn't so kind.
Before court, how were you adapting to foster care?
I feel bad for our foster carers because I was probably quite hard work. One, I was hyper as hell. And two, I didn't want to be loved. I didn't really want to be cared for. If they could put me in a flat on my own, I'd have been happy. Of course, they didn't. We were moved quite a lot for protection reasons. So,
what's protection reasons mean?
So initially, I was asked to withdraw my statements by Eunice. She came to my work. I think she was warned off at that point by the police that that's witness tampering. The next thing, I was assaulted. We don't know quite by who, but I had the crap beaten out of me outside my work. So
you're just coming out of work at the end of the day.
Next thing I know, punched in the stomach.
By a man or a woman, if you're aware?
A couple of men.
Couple of men, okay.
And I walked away with that with a broken arm.
Did they say anything to you?
Just withdraw your statement now. So.
Oh my God.
God,
yeah. John, do you think that's linked to her connections then in the church, or is that just speculation?
I've got to be honest and say no. Okay. I mean, there's a lot wrong with Jehovah's Witnesses, and I'll be the first to say that. But no, that wouldn't be. I would imagine she's paid someone off to.
I think she had quite a lot of Irish family as well who didn't believe it. Well, I know this to be a fact. They didn't believe us at first. They hadn't heard any evidence, of course, but to them, their darling Unice is being accused of all these horrific things, by these kids she's saved. Why would they do that?
You're setting her up.
We're going to help her. I walked away, broken arm there, a broken elbow.
Did they use weapons?
I think one had a piece of wood. To be honest, it's a bit of a blur.
That's a bloody theme.
I went, sticks. Gotta love a chair leg. But yeah, I didn't report that either. I just wanted it to go away, and it was when I came home from one of my work colleagues took me to hospital straight away because I couldn't use my arm properly. I got home to the foster home and I'm like, what the F has happened? Arms in a cast, properly strapped up, ready for surgery. And I said, oh, nothing, just an accident at work. They called the police. At this point, I'd gone to a friend's house, and then they had the whole police force looking out for me because they needed to know what happened. It was a couple of days before I actually told them what happened.
So you've got the instability then of getting moved around foster homes. You've got security issues. You said earlier that you hadn't seen your brother for a year or so.
Yeah.
Was it nice in these foster homes? Were you all together?
It was blooming awful.
It was awful.
What?
We are awful to each other. It was awful. So he's amazing, but we wind each other up so much.
Push each other's buttons.
And we were always in a bedroom together because they thought, oh, brothers, they'd love each other. So that didn't last.
Oh, dear.
The one day he threw Worcestershire sauce in my eyes.
Particular?
And yeah, very particular and very acidy as well. And I picked him up and chucked him through a fridge door. So we had and poor foster care was like, okay. So we had a love-hate relationship, but actually it's exactly what we needed. We needed actually some brotherly interaction.
Bonding time. Yeah.
And, slightly less than throwing acid in each other's eyes and stuff, but this is what brothers do. And we'd never had that because he was bubble wrapped and protected, and we never barely got to see him as kids. So apart from Victoria was basically his nanny.
What was her situation medically at this point pre-court?
So she was going through continuous surgeries. In those early years, she lived in hospital. I was going to say Facebook. It wasn't Facebook then. It was MySpace. We're going back. We're going back. Bebo and MySpace. But she would always update in Cheltenham General again, and it was quite sad because we just came to expect it. That's tragic in many ways. And like in 2019, I spent a lot of time in hospital, ironically on the same ward that Victoria had been on, and all the nurses had so many stories of how they used to look after, and a lot of them felt horrific for her because she was a very unwell girl, even though she'd escaped Unice, mentally and physically she was struggling.
By the time it got to court, what charges was Eunice facing?
Oh God, I can't actually remember the full list. It's over 15 charges. But neglect, child abuse, grievous bodily harm, things like that. I think out of the 14, you'd have to check me on this, but I think she got sentenced to 13 of them. So, and then sentenced to 14 years, which at the time was, I believe, the largest sentence for a non-death child abuse case. And actually more than Baby P did, Baby P's killers or anything like that.
So, how long was the trial?
6 weeks.
Well, how did that feel?
I was contemplating running away. There's a theme here. I like running a lot. Well, not much. But I was contemplating running away the whole time. I didn't want to see her. And I know they said they'd put up this little curtain, or we could do video link and we'd be taken in blacked out cars. And I didn't want to have to face. For one, I didn't want anyone to question whether it was true or not. That may sound really ridiculous, and we're covered in scars. We didn't even get inspected by a doctor. We got inspected by a coroner. I was taken to the Cheltenham Coroner Office by the police, who did a coroner's inspection on me rather than a doctor's inspection. That was the amount of scars and the depth and wounds. So they had the evidence, and I knew that. But still in my head, I'm like, well, what happens if she wins? She's won everything else in life, maybe I should just run. The police made it very hard to run. There was a small package put behind me. And I think I was monitored slightly. But this is where it gets even weirder. My day in court didn't happen as it was meant to. So getting a blacked out Mercedes, 7 a.m, driven to the court, presser out on the road, photography, going crazy. And then you're put in this little witness room, there's ironically, it's a kid's witness room with a teddy bear, and I was 16, nearly 18 at this point. So the last thing I need is a teddy bear. A coffee would have been good. But 11 o'clock, due to go in. There's been a slight delay. Okay. 12 o'clock. Can you go to lunch? We'll be back afterwards. 3 o'clock. There's been a delay. What I hadn't realised is Eunice's dad had died that morning. And this is the granddad that I'd looked after for a year. And he was kind of my best friend. He was amazing chap. A very strict Jehovah's Witnessing elder, but a really nice chap.
Did he have any idea of the abuse going on? Or
he knew she was strict, but there's no way he would have stood by her if he'd known. And yeah, he'd passed that morning, and then of course Unice was allowed to. So there was a week's break for that, and then I was called in again.
Do you think her arrest did him in?
I think so, yeah. He was quite, I won't say healthy, because he was, in a bad way, but he wasn't at death's door before that. But the stress of that, and having your door kicked in, it's not nice, is it? It's embarrassing for him. He was a very proud man, and to have your daughter suddenly accused of all these horrific things, which he might have known in this, the back of his head, some of it was true.
So you go back a week later. What's it like in the court then on that day?
So roll up at court again, 7 a.m. Mercedes arrives. You get taken to court, and I try and think: do I need to amp myself up? Do I need to amp myself down? Got Prodigy on in the headphones. Just
are you with your siblings?
No, we're all on individual days. So I had my social worker with me at the time, and a youth worker who amazing, nicknamed Spud. I won't give his real name, but really top bloke who every time I tried to run would just straighten me out and tell me I was being a plank. But yeah, I don't know if you've ever been to a crown. Well, you've been to a crown court.
Oh, I've been to a US state court, Arizona state. That's
probably
court.
Slightly bigger than what I was going to. But you're going to Bristol Crown Court, and it's quite a modern Crown Court. But when you open this room, it's like going back to the 60s. And they messed up because Unice and I walked in at the same time. So she's literally staring at me as I'm walking in.
Was she staring?
Oh, cold, right down the barrel. And then a little smirk. And all that amping up I'd done, the headphones, music, blasting, went out the window, and I was a scared little child again. And if that's what she was trying to achieve, she achieved it, because it put me on the back foot. I can't remember anything I said. Can't remember anything from that day. It's all just a blur. I remember getting angry at the questioning at some points, like when they wanted me to describe the sexual stuff, and I was like, actually, I don't want to. And you're in a Crown Court, so you have to. I'm not going to. They don't take that very well.
Mm-mm.
But did the judge protect you from that?
It did eventually. He agreed that I could come back on a later day and talk about it, and I never got called back in. So I had my day in court. I described the abuse as best as I could, but at the same time, that stare it's there. She's done the damage. And yeah, that put me back for weeks. Literally weeks. Just that one look. It was enough to, all that progress I'd made, get a job, get my first motorbike, get everything. It all just been thrown under the bus, and I was a vulnerable little child again.
So at the end of the day of, you being questioned and telling what had happened, how did it feel when you went back that night to where you were staying?
I didn't go home. I sat on a motorway bridge with a can of lager and thought, why?
So you sat there alone?
Yeah.
Was it suicidal?
I was going to quite happily do it.
Right.
Quite happily do it. I'd attempted before with pills and stuff. Turns out, due to the drugs Unice had overdosed her on as a kid, I'm built like a mule. I can take the meds. One plus of my childhood. Drug overdoses as a kid helped me and probably saved my life. But sat on a motorway bridge, and my social worker had been out driving for 6 hours trying to find me all evening on his own time, and came and found me, and we both shared a lager on a motorway bridge.
Talked it out
with a 100-foot drop. So
what had led to the overdose as a kid?
So Eunice got us all diagnosed as ADHD, and so Eunice was obsessed with reading. She read Nazi control books. She read Japanese torture books. These were all seized by the police afterwards.
Oh my God.
We used to have to do pressure positions and stuff, so we'd sit up all night with our backs against the wall in like an invisible chair and stuff until one of us broke. So it's similar to the stair things. And then we'd get to go to bed, and that child would get beaten. So she was obsessed with reading. And then she came onto this ADHD thing, and there's a drug called Ritalin. And Ritalin in the 90s was massive. But when it can be quite a controlling drug, it can really make you quite calm and you can manipulate someone on it. So she gave us 5 times the dose daily.
5 times the dose daily for how long?
For most of my childhood.
What?
So organs wrecked, like inside's pretty wrecked. We were overdosed daily.
Holy shit.
Beating you, she's dosing you. Is there anything else she isn't doing to you?
She tried everything, I think. Yeah. What she didn't realise is Ritalin is in the speed family.
Yeah.
And when you're overdosed on it, it has totally the opposite effect and makes you wild. So some of the behaviour she was witnessing, she thought she was controlling, was actually us rebounding. We could go 3 or 4 days without sleep.
Wow.
Just buzzing off just absolutely buzzing. And
how was she able to access that much drugs?
So the NHS, the doctor she went to, who was a bit dodgy, fact. Should I take that back?
Allegedly dodgy.
So the doctor she went to, who she knew very well personally, and I think there might have been something there. Even he wouldn't diagnose us with ADHD. He's like, they're not ADHD. I think he said we had ADHD, but we didn't need Ritalin. We really didn't need Ritalin. It would be the worst thing for us. So she drove us all to London one day. I remember we all get in this minibus, and she's like, day trip to London. We all had a McDonald's breakfast. Never had one of those before. Amazing. Haven't stopped since. We go to London, and we go to this fancy doctor's surgery. And I've since looked back, it was a proper private clinic. And she basically paid to have us diagnosed with ADHD. And then registered us with multiple doctors. So we were getting...
So you could get the dosage?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then stockpiled them.
This is pure evil, isn't it?
Oh, it's conniving, isn't it? It's clever. I sit back and think, I can barely some days work out how to use the toaster.
Let alone orchestrate that.
On multiple levels, and this is 3 siblings, all different doctors, all sending prescriptions. Incredible. So we were heavily dosed on this stuff. So it probably saved my life later on, because actually that amount of pills in me didn't...
You had a tolerance?
Yeah, tolerance was high. Even now, when I have surgery and things, my anaesthetic tolerances are way higher.
Really?
And I feel sorry for the anaesthetist who sat there putting it in, and I'm still awake. My tolerances to a lot of meds are just so strong now. Even now, you'd think over 10 years that would wear off, but it doesn't seem to have. So, overdose later on. I think it probably saved my life.
So when you're on the bridge, what did was it your counsellor?
Social worker.
What did your social worker... first of all, how did the social worker find you, and what did he say or she say?
Okay, ready? Very small story, I'll tell. I wanted to get out of the court case. I was trying multiple things. And the one thing I tried was I took my foster carer's car for a drive.
Without their permission?
Without their permission. They'd been teaching me to drive, and then I'm like, I know, Grand Theft Auto, that's what I was playing at the time, I will go and take their car for a drive. And then I felt really guilty, because I'm like, I'm driving their car. So I changed the oil, washed it, topped up the fluids, and parked it back on the drive. And they felt so guilty for being angry that they didn't press charges. Anyway, the meeting about that was quite a bad one. They held a big meeting with all the police and everyone involved, and I decided to not attend. So I went and stood on a bridge and watched traffic. I wasn't suicidal, but my social worker had driven under that bridge, and I waved at him. He waved at me like, "Why are you in the meeting?" And he drove to the meeting, and it was the same bridge. And I think 2 and 2 must have clicked together a year later. That's where it'll be.
How did he broach the conversation with you on the bridge?
He accused me of having a really crappy taste in lager.
What was it?
It was a little Polish supermarket on the corner that I'd got. So I think it was Lek, I want to say.
Good beer.
Yeah. I quite liked it. So I gave him a can, and we both sat there and put the world to rights.
Did it make you laugh when he said that?
It did, and that was it. It
won you
diffused
over.
the situation. And don't get me wrong, I was still hurting, but at the same time, I just chatting to someone, getting that anger out without smashing the place up. It's not my scene, but I was angry, I was hurt, I was damaged, and just having someone to shout at and have a hug. I'm not a big huggy person, but I needed that hug that day.
Did you say it was a 6-hour conversation?
We were there till the early mornings. Yeah, the same bridge. I was very cold by the end of it, but I just didn't. Neither of us wanted to make the move, and he drove me home. And at this point, the police had been searching for me for hours and stuff. He hadn't checked his phone at all. So
you said you needed to get this anger out of you. What were the main things that you said to him that enabled you to release that?
I can't remember. I can't actually remember what I was saying. I remember screaming at one point at the road. Him just drinking this Lek. I'll need this. But I remember I just wanted to make it all go away. Reset. And I couldn't. You get a headache. Take a paracetamol. Pain goes away. You break your arm, they put it in a sling, pain goes away. With anything mental or sexual abuse or any abuse like that, there is no cure. You can come to terms with it, you can maybe even learn to understand it, but it never goes away. And I think on that bridge was the first time I realised I'm totally powerless in this, and actually I've just got to go along for the ride and see what happens.
How were your siblings coping during this period of time? Because they had their day in court, didn't they?
Avoided them like the plague.
Okay.
We all reminded each other of the abuse. And this is where it gets quite tragic with Victoria, because we avoided each other for years. We would have the odd meet up in Tesco car park. Yeah, other brands are available. But we'd have the odd meeting. We'd see each other. We lived in the same area. And how are you? Blah, blah. We should do coffee. Knowing damn well both of us would never do coffee with each other. Because all we could see was... Every time I saw Victoria, I could see her crying face when we were having those sticks on our feet for the first time. And it's very hard to put that to the back of your mind.
Took you right back to the beginning.
Basically.
Did you think that she was going to beat the case? Did she have fancy lawyers and stuff?
She had fancy. She lawyered up. The police kind of offered her can I just very quickly check this? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm getting messages.
Go for it, no worries.
Okay.
See anything about those Apple Watches? I find pings on your arm there.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember what the line was. Say the question again.
So I said about, did you think that she was going to beat the case with fancy lawyers?
So she definitely lawyered up. And the police almost offered her the police were so shocked about how this could happen with very little mental health reference. So they actually, normally it's the defense would hire a shrink to go around and see if she's got mental health issues. The police actually did it. The police actually decided there's got to be something wrong with her. She came out totally clean.
Whoa.
Totally clean. And this was, non-biased because the police were paying for it. So actually it's kind of working against them if they're after prosecution. Totally clean. Totally had full capacity. No, bipolar, nothing like that. So yeah, she lawyered up. And to be honest, if I hadn't seen the coroner's report and stuff, I would have maybe thought she was really good with words. Really good with words. And she always said she'd be a barrister. And I could believe it. She was amazing at manipulating the little thought processes. So part of me thought, actually, if she gets to talk to the jury, there's a chance she might walk away with this. But then the evidence comes up. They stuck cameras down our throat to get photos of the scarring in our throat and stuff. You can't fake that, can you?
No.
That's not a kid rolling off a bike again. So when I read that evidence, I read the PAT before it went out to the court. I was like, actually, she's done. But when you're face to face with her in court, which I shouldn't have been, all that the doubt creeps in. So it's like damp. It's just there.
Were you present when she got questioned?
No.
Were you present when she got sentenced?
No. So I was actually at work when she got sentenced.
And how did you hear about it?
I think so. Yeah. The police officer in charge, Victoria, phoned me and said, "Do you want me to say that without her name?" Her name is literally all over the case. So.
Yeah. Whose name is this?
Victoria Martel. She was the head police officer, DC.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Go on.
You happy with her name there?
Yeah, keep going. Yeah.
Okay. So I got a phone call from Victoria Victoria Martel, not Victoria, while sat in the staff room at work. And this was not when she was sentenced. This is when she was told guilty. Yeah. And they were reading it out as it was happening. And guilty. I remember just fuck it. It's really hard not to swear, isn't it? When you're talking.
You're fine. You can swear if you want.
I'm a mucker for that.
So I'm sat there listening to all these, guilty. I'm like, Jesus, this is happening. And I remember just looking across. I had a really good friend at work who basically she mothered me a bit, and I remember just breaking straight away, tears. And she just came up to me and put, "You won." She's like, "You won. You beat her." And I'm nearly tearful now.
Yeah.
Did she protest her innocence until the end then?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Still does.
Still does.
Well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we beat her. it was like, wow. And I think she got not guilty on one charge. Just lack of evidence because I wouldn't talk about the sexual stuff. So we beat her. And then I had to finish my shift.
How long was the shift?
It's only in the morning. I had the full day.
Oh, fuck.
But it slowly crept out around the staff, and then it was on the news, and then it was on the TV, and people were high-fiving me and stuff. And I felt guilty for feeling happy, but because it was a sad thing. It's
So you were conflicted.
Yeah, very conflicted. And then we were brought in to do press statements, so taken to Water Wells in Gloucester, put in front of cameras and stuff to give the police had written down a nice little statement we could read out, and it was just a blur. And then the media get quite pushy.
What do you mean by that?
So we had the Daily Mirror outside our house within minutes. I was still in foster care at this point.
Just snapping pictures and stuff.
Just snapping pictures. Find out where you are if you're in foster care.
And in protective as well. You know.
Someone got paid off.
I reckon someone at work. It was hinted at me later on that someone at work had given my address. So, that suddenly we've been nobodies all our lives, and suddenly this is breaking news, and it was crazy.
How long did that last?
It lasted about 6 months, to be honest, because the police would release more and more information. Like 6 weeks after the sentencing, they released all the video footage from the house. So them walking around the house, videoing all the squalor we'd lived in, and that sent everything flying. And to be honest, I kind of fed into it slightly. I went on This Morning, which was probably a mistake, to be honest.
They offer you a bit of money.
They offered a bit of money, nice hotel, a Bentley took me up.
Nice.
I was living the dream. But actually, I could have done with someone to tell me, go hide in Wales. Oh, that's good.
Just come and hide with me.
Go hide in the rolling hills of Wales. It was just something like that. I could have. I spiraled, and then wasn't sleeping. Free bars, at these hotels and stuff. It all went very wrong.
Who was hosting that show back then?
Sorry.
Who interviewed you back then for TV?
So that was Philip Schofield and
Holly.
No, it was before Holly.
Who was it before Holly?
So
I've actually said
Schofield was really short. It's really short.
Is he?
Oh, come on.
Because I've often said that me and Sean are a shit version of Holly and Phil. The crime version. Well, you said not shit, crime.
To be fair, you're nearly double the height of Philip. So.
Just waiting for him to come out.
Did you feel comfortable? Did you feel comfortable getting interviewed on such a big show?
So they didn't. They agreed to just video from the back, which is a bit weird. I've got a picture of me sat on the sofas actually with Philip and Fern, but that first interview I did was from the back because I don't know why I thought I could stay anonymous and all this, but it didn't last long. So. And there was a general interest in like the local area. Like people wanted to know how this could have happened and stuff. And our identity got leaked very quickly. I remember this was 3 days after This Morning. I went to hospital for another treatment, and one of the porters said, "Oh, I saw you on This Morning." I was like, "How do you know it's me?" Like,
so you felt like a little celebrity.
Well, yes, but at the same time, I was crapping myself. Like, actually, if they know it's me, then they know my whole life, and they know this happened. They know this happened, and it was a good and bad time. But then the sentencing happened. Is that when you call it when you actually get the sentence? Yeah. And that caused literally wildfire. It was 14 years, and it was unheard of. I think the worst. I think literally. You look back now, Baby Peas killers did 6 years in prison and then were released.
Were you happy with the outcome?
I was. Everyone around me wasn't. I should have got life for that. Well, that's unrealistic. Not even murderers get life these days. I was quite happy. I was blown away. 14 years. I'd been briefed to expect 5 to 6 and be happy with that. And then for them to say 14, it was unheard of.
Well, on this channel, we're campaigning for cases like this to have bigger sentences, and all these young people in prison for long sentences for drugs and things. It's ridiculous. You got serious criminals like this who should be, getting bigger sentences. We had another lady on whose dad basically bred her to do certain things and kept a diary of it all and rated it and
rated her rape.
What date rape drugs he and he wrote a letter to the judge mocking the whole process because he knew the judge could only give him so much time.
Unless
the whole justice system's upside down.
It has to. I don't know how the judge did this because it was. I believe recent laws had changed so he could go higher. But yeah, the whole criteria thing, it has to meet a certain criteria to get a sentence here. I think cases should be looked at individually. I on the side of all this, I have an open inbox on Facebook, and on average we have 350 messages a week from other victims. And I run something called We Are Resilience, which is a little group where they can come in, do their voice, and have a chat with us. And if they want to take it further, we can help them with the correct processes to do that. If they just want to vent, that's great. But there was one case which was, in my mind, worse than mine. I know statistics and all that, but a vulnerable young girl, horrifically, abused, and he got 3 years. He got 3 years, and he served 9 months.
Pisses me off.
And this girl is damaged for life. Where's the justice there?
If people are watching this, just like they watched the interview we did with Pure Evil Dad, that video, and you're in the justice system, you can make changes, or you can talk to people about making changes. This has got to stop, because the damage is, for life. And a lot of the victims go onto drugs, end up dead, or get into hardcore crime to finance the drugs, and the costs to society are just massive. And it could be prevented if the justice system had its resources allocated to going after predators, locking them up properly, instead of just wasting all this money, mass incarceration, war on drugs bullshit, just locking kids up for drugs. It's ridiculous. And cops come up to us, I had cops come up to me and say, "We agree with you, Sean, but orders are from above. What we got to do?"
The problem isn't really the police half the time.
Stuck in a bad system.
It's CPS. It's the justice system, and I know of, through other lines of work I work in, 5 cases that are coming up which won't make court now because the CPS don't want to bother with it because it hasn't met a certain criteria. Yet these victims are left so damaged, and one of them sadly attempted their life last week. On the way here, I was on the phone to this victim, try and explain that just because CPS don't want to take up your case doesn't mean we don't believe you. If CPS aren't willing to take up the case, you're basically telling them that you don't believe their story. And this isn't just child abuse, this is rape. The amount of rape cases that never make court because CPS don't want to prosecute them. What message are we sending out?
And often they say they don't have the resources to do these cases because they're all out doing this other revenue generation stuff. So in the aftermath of all this media and stuff, was your brain settling down after the 6 months of mad media? Did you start to get a more normal life?
Once I started working properly and friends, family, relationships, I started to actually work out who Christopher was, instead of being told who I am all my childhood and as a young adult in care, what I should be doing, what I need to be doing. You need to go to school, you need to get this. Actually, I just needed to find out who I was. And that took a long time. It's still a process.
Did you struggle with normal relationships?
100%. Yeah? How do you trust a woman after you've been the victim of such horrific abuse? It's a tough one. It's still something that plays with me now. It's just mad.
Did you get a girlfriend?
Yeah. Have multiple relationships, long term now.
So when you first got a girlfriend, then was that a strange situation for you to be in?
I felt bad for her, looking back now, because I probably acted like a bit of a cold dick.
I'm not surprised after everything you went through. You're going to be shut down emotionally.
Yeah, but I'd never told her about all that, and she didn't know.
It's a bit much to tell, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
in the beginning.
And then the second relationship after that, I dropped it all on the first date. Don't do that either.
What happened there?
She didn't text back.
She ghosted you.
Yeah, she ghosted me. Yeah. I was quite upset by that. I've given you everything.
So you learn little pieces as time goes on.
And at this point, I still try to find myself, and at one point I thought I was gay, and you go through everything, every emotion in the world. And then actually just takes sometimes meeting the right people to show you a bit of love, unconditional love. Get a dog, get a proper job, and start going down a straight and narrow road.
And whose idea was it to write this book?
So the book was a weird one. Initially, I got offered a contract on the ride home from this morning. So I'm in my fancy Bentley, darling. Yes, on my personal cell phone, and they phoned up like, we really want to see you. That was a big publishing house in London. We really want to see you because we'd love to write a book with you. I'm like, I could barely bloody write. But I put it off, and then I'd actually been writing in the background almost diaries of my life, and I always wrote those diaries as a bit of a comedy. So when eventually I did accept a deal with a large publishing house in London, the book was pretty much there, and they just had to tidy up. Apparently I wrote a lot of swear words, which weren't allowed.
So how did that feel then, to be a successful author and all this?
I'll tell you what, because, with publishing, when the time in between the main events happening can be ages. So I forgot it was being launched, as you do. And then I remember a journalist from The Sun phoned me and said, like, have you seen your books climbing? I'm like, oh, it's been launched. I totally just, because I had so much going on, relationships, I was just getting into motorbikes and stuff. I didn't have time for
your own book.
For my own book and these big life decisions. So it was mad. It was amazing. And to beat Harry Potter for 6 weeks was amazing.
Wow, well done.
But you get used to a certain fame. I don't know if you've had this with your book. When it's doing well, you think you are. I thought it was God's gift. Not gonna lie. Untouchable.
Yes.
And then 2 weeks later, the blip is over. And
the ego deflates.
Yours never has.
There we go. Chuck him under a bus. But it's a weird one, because I'd never had any ego as a kid, and suddenly to be given, I'll tell you what was weirder than that, actually, being given money. I'd never had money. I didn't even have food, for God's sake. So they give you the first release of money when you sign the contract, and I've got big figures in my bank account. Well, for one thing, I had to get a bank account to put.
Yes, because you wouldn't have had one.
Well, and also no identity. I had no birth certificate. I had nothing like that. So it took 6 months to get a bank account.
Yeah,
and even longer to get a passport. So all these little things that normal people just have.
When you went to Florida when you were younger, was it fake passports?
Fake passport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Yeah.
So she'd registered us. I guess this was before technology had really caught up.
Yeah.
And she's the parent. Yeah. So we went as her children, which we weren't. So yeah.
Fake passports.
Interpol will be listening to this. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, so all these, suddenly money. I spent a lot of money in 2 weeks. I blew 32k in 2 weeks.
On what?
I bought a Mercedes.
Not the Bentley then.
No, not the Bentley. I couldn't quite afford that. I couldn't drive.
I couldn't even drive. You bought a Mercedes.
Bought a Mercedes. I bought a $6.5 grand mountain bike. I'm not a mountain biker. I'm really not. God, what else did I bought? I bought so many phones.
Phone? Why? Car phone warehouse. Come on.
Well, I basically owned it at this point. Basically owned it. But there was a sad point to this as well, because this is when I'd first started meeting my real parents.
How did that come about?
So before the court case, social worker comes into the room and says, "We found your real parents." I'm like, I wasn't that bothered. I'm like, great. My brother was like, "Oh my God, best thing ever. Do you want to go see them?" I was like, no. I was kind of getting used to life without a parent figure. My brother was well up for it. Was in the car within seconds. So I went along to support him. And met my real dad, met my real mum. I don't know. It never worked for me.
Could you take us through the meeting a little bit?
So they do it in these, like, it was a child's nursery that they'd hired for the late afternoon. So you're surrounded by teddy bears, and it's apparently where they do first meets. Not if you're a teenager, like, take us to McDonald's or something. I don't know. Other brands are available. But so we're in this room filled with cuddly toys, and there's my mum. So my mum was in a wheelchair, quite a large lady, like 25 stone plus lady. And there's my dad, who's like 8 stone. And I just couldn't work it out in my head, like, what the hell is going on? Like,
were they still together then?
Yes, yeah. And, you know, their love for each other was incredible. My mum had loads of medical stuff going wrong. They both shared the same addiction for years, and I never quite, I don't know. I didn't feel the love. But then I felt guilty for not feeling love. My brother was basking in it. And they tried. Bless them. My parents tried. And then I got money. And I'm not going to sit here and badmouth them. But I spent a lot of money on them. And
do you think that was perhaps trying to buy their love?
100%. 100%. Yeah. I was literally, because of guilt almost, you know, why am I not feeling love? Or maybe if we go out and have a champagne dinner, you know. And, you know, these are people who didn't have a lot of money. They were benefits and stuff. And then to be rolled into the Queen's Hotel in Cheltenham.
Good hotel, that one.
It's not a bad hotel. Not bad. Champagne dinner and stuff. And they just went along with it. But actually, what I needed at that point was someone to say, stop. Like, save your money. Put it in a bank account. Stop buying bikes. It never happened. I'd be, oh, yeah, our rent's coming up. Oh, take $1,000. You know, I like that look of your mountain bike. Oh, I'll buy you one. I blew through so much money. I had a decent job at the time as well, and I was
blowing more than you weren't.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I burnt through the first check of the book. Second check, I'd found alcohol. Not badly, but I liked a good night out, friends. I'd come home and I'd work out. Actually, I bought all the drinks last night. Basically, I was being taken advantage of. And only 5 years later do you realise how badly that was happening. And that was slightly by my own parents as well. A couple of years later, I made the decision actually to cut contact. Not fully, but enough. And then when my mum passed, it was easier for me to move on.
When you first walked into that room and saw their faces, did you look at them and like recognize anything, or could you not remember anything? And did they change so much you couldn't see? I
recognized my dad. My dad has a very unique face. My brother says it looks like Pinocchio. He has a massive nose. I'm not gonna lie.
Concordia.
But my mum, I didn't recognise. Apparently, she changed a lot, you know, over the years with all the medical stuff, and also, I don't think I gave him a fair chance in those early days. I was angry. I was going through the same day I first met them was the day I had the coroner check over my body. So I think I probably put some blame on them. You know, you kind of gave us up, and this is like, you know. yeah, it's a tough one.
So Eunice is doing her sentence during these years. Did she try to contact you?
No. After that, after the last time I saw her across the screen was...
And you definitely don't have any desire to contact her, do you?
No.
Okay.
And she's lived close to us before, quite close. She's in protective custody, so she gets her name changed every couple of months because people find her and...
She gets attacked.
Yeah, there's still a lot of hate for her. And part of me is like, actually, just let's let it lie.
So she's still incarcerated?
No. So she's out now. She's been out for a few years.
Did they have to notify you when she was getting out?
Yes. Yeah, I still get the odd notification because she can attend religious events in our area. So I get told, oh, don't go to this town on that day. Why? The most of the time I'd actually be taking the piss to actually go to that town because where she's going is a crap hole. But the one time I was packing up the car, girlfriend, dog, and we were going to go for a river walk in Tewkesbury. And I got a phone call. Oh, she's attending a funeral in Tewkesbury. You can't go. Like, I'm the victim here. Like, why can't I go?
You can't go or shouldn't go.
Can't go.
Wow.
Yeah. After that, it was shouldn't go. But the first initial phone call was can't go. So I did go. I'm an arse. I like to push the limit. I didn't actually go to where she was going to be, but I made a point of driving through the town.
For your own.
Yeah. Just a kind of because why should the victim be punished?
So, of course, the Jehovah's Witnesses, when this woman got convicted of this heinous crimes, completely disassociated from her.
They did.
Okay.
But she got a new identity. And she is currently serving. So I've been sent photos of her coming out of the Kingdom Hall 2 weeks ago.
How does that work, John?
For once, I'm speechless. They can't stop anyone going to a public religious service. I mean, whatever religion she was, I guess. With Jehovah's Witnesses, someone who has committed a crime or several crimes like we've just heard of the most heinous type, you know, even the child abusers, normally the elders are informed in the congregation so that the parents of the children within that congregation can be at least warned. So I don't understand. I honestly don't understand what's happened in Sister Spry's case. That if she's attending Kingdom Halls, potentially she's still a danger, isn't she?
Shouldn't she be getting shunned?
Well, she should only be getting shunned if she's disfellowshipped, and I don't know whether she actually got disfellowshipped.
So I believe. So I was asked. This is about 5 years ago. I was asked to attend a meeting by the Jehovah's Witnesses to go over the abuse with them. So there were 5 elders in the room, and I gave them I didn't particularly want to be there, but one of the elders was one of the ones who actually probably saved us. So I felt I owed him a little bit. How
did he save you?
So I didn't explain that, did I?
No.
So, sorry. I just expect you to know this, Sean. So Victoria had been attending church on her own. This was just before the arrests. And 2 elders were very concerned about her scars and stuff. And against local advice, they decided to intervene and basically kidnapped Victoria. Not quite like that, but they got her out of the Kingdom Hall when Unice was going to pick her up, put her in her car, drove her to a safe house, and said, we know something's wrong. You're coming in here covered in scars. Your face has been... Something's happened to your face. She'd actually had sandpaper rubbed across it.
What?
There's a photo of that out there. It's not nice.
Mutilated, sorry.
So these 2 elders had had enough and made a stand, called the police, and started this whole ball going. And at first, Victoria's like, everything's fine, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, Victoria, we know you. Like, something's going on. Tell us. Now, this isn't the first time people had challenged Eunice's behaviour before. Others, an elder came to me about 6 weeks ago and told me that quite a lot of people had come forward in the past, and it'd been noted, you probably know more about this than me, but it'd been noted, but due to lack of evidence, it wasn't going to be acted upon.
Thing is about that though, Chris, the elders are not the ones that go and get that evidence. The police are the ones that get the evidence. The police are the ones that go around the house and find the torture implements.
Yeah.
The police are the ones that look at mobile phones and laptops to see what someone's been reading or books that they've been reading. So
what gives them the right to do it?
It's excellent that those two elders,
put it forward.
many years too late,
Yeah.
did it, and that is excellent. What we want our elders to do that on every occasion that anyone comes to them and says, I'm being abused. We want them to report it to the police. Yeah.
Rather than... So there's this crazy thing in the Jehovah's Witnesses, and you'll probably go on more to this, the 2-witness rule. If a serious, say, rape's happened, if someone else hasn't witnessed it, they won't report it to the police because it's you'll have to.
Well, they don't report it to the police anyway. They do not report to the police. They will ring Bethel and inform the headquarters of Jehovah's Witnesses, and it's left at that. And then Jehovah's Witnesses will give a press statement that says, we don't stop anyone going to the police. We don't prevent anyone going to the police. But that's just a very negative thing. If I saw someone breaking into your car and all your stuff was stolen and you were annoyed about it and you found out I witnessed it, and I'd say, well, I didn't stop anyone going to the police to tell them. Well, that's no big deal, is it? Because I'm the one that saw it. So Jehovah's Witnesses make a big thing in their press statements as, we don't stop anyone going to the police, but go to the police yourself.
Yeah. If someone's reported, a predator in the congregation, you'd think it'd be the first thing they'd call the police and like, we've got pretty sound evidence that this is happening, rather than, well, have they got a direct witness? No. Well, if not, it's between them and God. And that's basically, it's layman terms, but basically it. So the 2-witness rule is ridiculous.
Well, that's why I know you may be coming on to the independent inquiry. I don't know whether you're going to ask any questions about that, Sean, but just recently, what's called ICSA, or the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse. It's been a government inquiry. It's been on for about 4 years now. They've covered the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, and each of the churches or establishments the panel has looked at and taken evidence. They found massive corruption in all of them, and they've been very outspoken. And then recently they undertook one for Jehovah's Witnesses and some other religions, and after taking evidence from hundreds and statements from ex-Jehovah's Witnesses or victims, the ICSA inquiry came to the conclusion that Jehovah's Witnesses are reprehensible for much child abuse and for not reporting it to the police.
Thus allowing, say it's a predator, to carry on abusing others in the congregation, basically untouchable. This ICSA, they haven't completed the inquiry. They're still going to be given some more stuff. But with Jehovah's Witnesses, they made 4 recommendations. And it's been in the news the last few weeks. They made 4 recommendations. Number 1, if any elder gets approached by anyone that says, I'm being abused, call the authorities. If anyone contacts the Jehovah's Witness headquarters in Chelmsford and says, so-and-so's being abused, or so-and-so's said they're being abused, the headquarters ring the authorities. And the reason why ICSA made those recommendations is because that's not being done now.
although Jehovah's Witnesses have this air of press release that, as if they're doing it, they're just not reporting matters to the police. And the third thing that Dicks have required or are asking is that Jehovah's Witnesses have a very clear child protection policy in every congregation, that all of the members have a clear protection policy for children, free of any religious jargon, so that they're told report matters to the police. And the fourth one is perhaps the most damning recommendation, was forget this 2-witness rule in matters of child abuse. I think they said something like the 2-witness rule has no place in a child protection policy. So if Jehovah's Witnesses would only now abide by those 4 recommendations, then a lot of the problems that they've been creating over the last 20, 30, 40 or 50 years would be gone.
Okay, so you give me a better understanding then of how your situation ended with these elders reported it to the police, which is a great thing. But if it was actually elders that reported it to the police, how come she's been accepted back now? By the same institution?
I believe, I was never officially told, but I believe she was disfellowshipped.
She was disfellowshipped. But
that doesn't stop you fully coming back, does it, later on? As long as you've taken steps to bettering yourself.
She is likely to have been visited in prison. Jehovah's Witness, normally 2 ministers, 2 elders are assigned to go to the prison. If someone requests, and even someone who's disfellowshipped, they have a right to spiritual
healing. Yeah.
And so, I don't know this. But
they've never fully released what's happened.
But it may well be that after many years in prison, she may have demonstrated repentance, and so they may have relinquished that disfellowshipping state. So she may not be disfellowshipped now, and may be just free to go. I don't know that.
Yeah. So I would love them to be quite open and tell us.
So if you've been convicted of heinous crimes, if you're in prison and you're making atonement for those crimes, there's a path to redemption.
There is, and there's quite a striking example of that I've just discovered recently, and this is absolutely true. The Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe, probably one of the worst murderers we've had in this country, has become a Jehovah's Witness in prison. He's been baptized. Arrangements were made for him to be baptized in prison. And so if Peter Sutcliffe and the Jehovah's Witness made a statement that they feel he has now changed his life around, and that may well be true, I don't know. But if someone like Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, can be baptized as a Jehovah's Witness, then there's hope for all.
And there's also the Night Stalker Delroy Grant and the Night Stalker Delroy Grant. He did a similar thing, did he? Yeah,
funny enough, that's just been on the television. The last month or two, there's been a series of manhunts, and the Night Stalker one was Delroy Grant, whose wife was a disabled sister in the congregation in Forest Hill, and he got baptized as a Jehovah's Witness in the Forest Hill congregation. So Eunice Spry is in good hands when it comes to criminal.
She's got friends.
She's got, yeah.
So how old is Unice now?
Old. I don't know her exact age. Should be early 70s now. So how was your sister approached for her book? I don't actually know. We weren't talking at the time. Again, this tragic thing of we remind each other of the abuse, so we didn't tend to keep contact.
And that went on for a long time, did it?
Yeah, on and off for years until her passing, sadly.
What was the circumstances of her passing?
So Victoria committed suicide, and she'd been receiving mental health treatment with Gloucestershire NHS, and with COVID and everything, it was overloaded, and they decided to release her to allow someone else more urgent in and release her bed. And she hung herself in her own flat.
And that's how long ago?
A year ago. A year this month.
So you went through this whole situation. Eunice goes to prison. It's a victory for you. And then this happens. Does that knock you back so much?
So I've had a lot of death in my life, in the lines of work I'm in, etc. This was different. This was, even though we hadn't seen each other at all, this broke me. Absolutely broke me. There's a bond we had, and it's stronger than blood. It's
because you went through all this together.
It's a bond. It's tough. It's tough to even describe what we had. It's a bond made in survival, forged in hope and survival, that if we stuck together, we might make it through this, and we did. And we survived the physical.
She survived the car crash. She survived so much.
You can't escape the mental. You just can't. I don't cry. I'm not a big crier. I bawled my head out at her funeral. I had to be carried out.
How did you hear what had happened first? Who told you?
So I had a phone call from a police officer saying, we need to come and talk to you. And I thought I'd been caught speeding again. So I was quite jovial. I was quite jovial. Like, if you really need to come and talk to me, I'll be home in 10 minutes. We're just out walking the dogs. So I got home, and then the CID car outside. I'm like, that's not normal. And he just basically said, I'm not going to BS you at all. Your sister committed suicide yesterday. And it's just like, at first it didn't register. I'm like, yeah, thank you for coming and telling me. I think he was a bit shocked because there wasn't the instant tears or anything, but my mind was just clicking into gear. You
went into shock.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember going in, talking to my partner, and like, my sister's died.
Did you expect it because of all the issues she's had?
No. Because you expect the fairy tale ending, don't you? You always expect the best ending. You expect, I know she's down at the moment, but she'll be all right. I know things are bad, but it'll be all right. This pandemic's been hard. It's been hard for anyone who doesn't have mental health issues or health issues. I've seen it break a lot of people. And then you take someone who's already going through physical and mental hell.
Was she on her own during the pandemic?
She had a partner, but the mental damage was, she was very hard to live with, and her partner's amazing and would do the world for her, but I think she probably wanted to be alone, and probably buffed his threw his help away most of the time, probably. And then to get that news, it was the next day when it hit me, because I'd gone into work as normal. Just had a quick word with my boss. My sister died last night. He's like, what the hell are you doing here? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. And then half an hour later, it really wasn't fine. I was a mess. And pure anger. I, again, don't get particularly angry, but this was anger. Like, she's done this to her. Unice, this is Eunice. While she didn't physically put the rope around her neck, metaphorically, she'd had that noose around our necks for all of our lives, and she just decided to tighten it this time. And I lost my sister. And I thought I'd got over Eunice. I thought I'd put it to bed, and I won't say forgiven her, but just brushed it aside. And now it's a daily battle of anger / resentment that this has happened. And yeah, still coming to terms with that. It's a year. Normally death doesn't affect me. A couple of days, I'm sad, we move on. This is still there.
Who did you go to the funeral with?
So COVID limits the numbers of funeral. We could only, I think it was 15. So my little brother, myself, my other sibling, the families she'd made over the years who I'd never met because I was so effing stupid not to put the olive branch out and try and make things right. They were amazing. They came up, there was no animosity at all. There's just, they were amazing. Hearing her favourite song, I didn't know her favourite song. These are all things, she'd had her journey since. All the charities she'd worked for, they attended, they couldn't come in, so they all stood outside. And it broke me. Absolutely broke me. She shouldn't have been in that box.
Yeah, my best mate died last year, and it was like they allowed 29 people at the funeral. It was just really something else. Yeah, it was intense. Yeah,
it's almost more intense when there's less people, because you hear each other's grief. If there's, went to a funeral a couple of years ago and it was 130 people, you're not aware, you're in your own little bubble. But when you're in this massive crematorium room and there's dotted around and all you can do is actually watch each other's grief, it's just, it was tough. And the police officer who'd done our case, Victoria, she attended as well. And it's just full circle, you know. It was as if the last 10 years meant nothing, yeah.
How was your little brother at the funeral?
He puts on a brave face. I know he's hurting. And normally I'm the one putting on the brave face and watching other people hurt. It's very rare that he has to carry me out. I'm the big bro. I'm meant to be the one to support him. He had to support me. I think that's the first time he's ever had to do that. He did offer to drive. I didn't let him. But
You're so brave.
I'm really not.
You really are.
Did you have like a family at that point? You know, you had to support people.
I've got an amazing family now. My support networks are incredible. And I threw it all away because when you're in that type of mood, it's quite self-destructive. And I'll admit I was quite a hard person to be around probably for a month. But they were always there for me, don't get me wrong. But yeah, a lot of long walks with the dog on my own, screaming at nature. Literally, River 7, screaming.
Screaming at trees.
Pretty much. Poor dog's like, whoa, this one's new. Still not coping with that yet.
Do you think that her fighting spirit lives on in you? Her survival?
She was a lot better person than me. She had a way stronger spirit than me. Her drive to help people. I won't say I pretend to help people, but she would bury herself to help other people, whereas I'll try and help people as much as I can, but I don't go to bed worrying about it. She destroyed her life. And I think that's partly where her depression took over as well, because actually the more you listen to other people's stories, trying to help them, it's very hard to turn that key off. And
it's a lot of dark energy.
Yeah. And she was quite mentally weak at the time as well. She was a good girl.
But it's good, Chris, that you're on this show telling your story, no holds barred. I mean, we've all been absolutely shocked. I only knew a little bit anyway. We're all absolutely shocked and rocked by it. There are going to be people watching this who, if they've only just gone through a quarter or a tenth, will be thinking, boy, he's made it. Look how he's come back, and he might still be suffering, but he's fighting it. So you are doing good by telling your story now, for people to know that you can get over it.
Yeah.
And if you get professional help, and it is out there, you can get it.
And that's the main reason I do these interviews and things. And once every year I'll do a TV interview. Just one, to raise awareness for cases like this. Two, to remind people of just the basic signs. You know, if you really believe, say you're a professional and you in your gut you think something's wrong here, you might not make any friends investigating it, but you might save a kid's life. You know, that's the reason I do these interviews.
What inspired you to help other survivors?
I don't want anyone to be sat on that bridge. I don't want anyone to be sat there questioning whether they should exist. My dream is a place where we stop having survivors and actually catch it so early that actually we don't need to call them survivors. We dealt with it early. I think if we've got to survivor status, it's too late. And we can be there to support them as much as possible, but the damage is done. In an ideal world, people would spot the signs of abuse early and maybe step in before it becomes a case like ours. I'm sick of seeing serious case reviews. I get 5 or 6 land on my desk a week, like, for comment. Each one tragic within their own circumstances. Yes, they might not be as bad as each other or whatever, but each one, even if a kid's just had a smacking, that might be the most traumatic thing in their life. I get asked a lot, but their case, is there, have you ever read a case worse than yours? It's not about, this isn't top trumps. Every single bit of child abuse is wrong. It may not all be physical, it might be mental. The mental abuse, it might be religious, it might be cultural, it might be whatever. It's wrong. That's the reason I sit here doing this.
Well done.
Thank you.
Man, you're so brave, and I'm sure the people watching this are just, they can see your spirit and what you've been through, and I'm sure in the comments there's going to be so much love and respect for what you're doing. When you're helping these people, then, these survivors, is that therapeutic for you?
It can be. It can be. It can be damaging. It can be damaging.
There's so much dark energy still. There's
a lot of dark energy, and there's also, you get dragged into the court cases and things. Also, it's hard to manage expectation when someone messages you. So 10 minutes ago, I had someone message me over there, and I'm scanning through it, but they'd literally messaged an A4 sheet's worth of their life. What can I do to help them? The expectation is suddenly on me, and that's hard.
It's a lot of pressure. The
pressure's there all the time. And I'm not saying don't. Please, for the love of God, carry on messaging me. If I can just saying, replying one word, if that can help, please do. But there also needs to be services in place that victims shouldn't have to message me. I'm thankful that they do, and I'm thankful that they put their trust in me to maybe try and help or something, or even just be a listening ear. But we should live in a society that has resources to support these victims.
So this is private messages through Facebook?
So I've got a couple of groups on Facebook that I help run, and my personal inbox is over 300 messages a week.
And do you want us to include those links with this video?
Yeah, happy to, yeah.
What are the names of those
pages? Our main group, which we've just started fresh for a more professional approach, is We Are Resilience. And it basically sums up what us victims are. We are resilient. And that's our main group. Feel free to add us. We've got a range of professionals, a range of ex-victims, a range of people who are going through hell but just want to listen. We don't judge. We don't force you to report it or anything like that. It's just a place to feel wanted. And yeah, feel free to drop us a message.
And do you think people like watch you being interviewed and just, you know, see your strength and your bravery, and they think to themselves, perhaps, how can I get to where you are?
So my whole point of doing these interviews is to show them that there's an end. I'm not saying this is going to be a pretty nice fairy tale journey for you. It's going to be hard. You're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days, and there's probably going to be a lot more bad days than good at times. But I'm proof that it can happen. And with a little bit of guidance, with a little bit of help, with a little bit of love, we can all get to this point as well. I haven't finished my journey. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm cured. The fact that I can't sit here without nearly crying proves that.
That's because you're human.
Yeah. Your story is so raw.
It is raw. It is raw. But, you know, that's why I just want to prove to people that there is hope. Hope is everything. And at times I've needed someone to remind me of that. Be it my social worker, be it a police officer, again, drag me off a bridge. I've got to stop going on bridges. Be it my partners, you know, who have just been there to pat me on the back and say it's all okay. You can get to this point as well, guys.
Can I just mention as well, I've just started doing some work with Samaritans.
Oh, really?
And I've been absolutely fascinated by the training that those volunteers go through. And they are, you know, even if before you get to professional help, if you just want to talk to someone who's not going to judge you, you ring 116 123, 116 123 in whatever state you're in, and the Samaritans will listen. They won't tell you what to do, but they'll listen. But that will give you maybe a chance to look up some professional help.
Yeah,
And they've
we'll
also
put all
got
that information below the video.
They've also got a really good text service now as well.
Yeah.
So you don't even need to talk to them, but you can just vent anonymously. And yeah, Samaritans are amazing.
How do you guys know each other?
Facebook.
Yeah, well, we both used to be Jehovah's Witnesses.
We did.
That's how.
You're both apostates.
Well, I don't know if. Well,
I haven't ever been disfellowshipped.
I'm no one, Chris.
Are you?
No. So we're legit.
I'll get onto them now.
We are legit. No, it's obviously through Jehovah's Witnesses. There was several meetups of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. It was quite a nice time a few years ago.
Yeah.
Someone locally said, oh, if you're an ex-Jehovah's, do you want to come and have a cup of tea somewhere? And we did that, and it snowballed from there. But we are actually on Facebook.
Yeah.
There are support groups on Facebook for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, some particularly just for victims of child abuse. I was a victim of child abuse. I spoke, I think, about a year ago on your show.
And your daughter was
and
as
my
well.
daughter as well. So we were a 2-generation abuse family.
Just let me tell the viewers then, from what I remember, and correct me please if I'm wrong. So his daughter was abused and the abuser was protected, and that was something that made you think twice about being in that organisation, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, she came forward 25 years before the abuser actually got dealt with. So so she had to live within the Jehovah's Witness community as being a liar. And eventually, it was a long story, but eventually we found another 3 victims. The police, similar to what Chris was saying, in the early days when my daughter went to the police, it was, look, we absolutely believe you, but it's your word against his.
Yeah.
And it's not in the public interest. We can't put up a court case because you won't win if it's your word against his. And that took 25 years to sort of run through. And it's only when my daughter did something that I considered really crazy. She saw a picture on Facebook of the abuser with a young lady young girl on his lap. On his lap.
No.
And she thought, I'm not having this. And she actually wrote a 12-page document of all the things that he had done to her, where he was,
Good for her.
what he did. And she came round and she said, I'm sending it to everybody that knows him.
Wow.
All the Jehovah's Witnesses locally,
Fair play.
all the workers, everyone. And we just went, oh my goodness, there's going to be problems here. And it just happened that one of those 12-page documents fell into the lap of a detective
Fantastic.
who read it and said, we've got to do something about this.
Yeah.
And he ran with it. And the rest is history. And we had a 3-week trial and he got sentenced to 14 years.
Great.
But interestingly, he's just been released as well after 7 years as well.
Pathetic. What about the perpetrator in your case?
He was a Jehovah's Witness. He died in prison. Again, I've not had anything like Chris has had, but at the beginning, the reason I didn't come forward because of the shame again.
Yeah, 100%.
I didn't realise what was happening. I was like 13 when he was doing things to me, and I thought, that's a bit odd. And he told me all sorts of stories why he was doing it. And I was so naive, I hadn't got a clue. And it was only when I became a sort of an adult that I realised what he had been doing. And by then I'm thinking, oh, I don't want to tell anyone about that because it makes me look an idiot.
And did you still have to interact with him as an adult?
I did. Yeah, I did. But then I just got on with life. And I have to say, I really did get on with life. And it hasn't had an effect on me like it will have done for many. But I regret that because then I found out he'd done it to other people, and eventually 2 other boys, now grown, reported it to the police. They were sons of a Jehovah's Witness. It was all to do with the Jehovah's Witnesses, and he got sentenced to prison. And he died in prison. He was only in prison a couple of months, and he died in prison.
Was that a natural death, or did he get
It
attacked?
wasn't. No, it was a natural death. It was a natural death. Well, as far as I
You're going
know.
for the story there, weren't you?
Well, oftentimes they do get attacked.
They do.
Yeah.
I know Eunice got attacked badly. So.
Yeah. No. So it's quite rife, and that's the disappointing thing, Sean and Jen, that the Jehovah's Witnesses won't have it. They just don't think that the reason why this ICSA, this independent, it's an independent inquiry looked at Jehovah's Witnesses was because of all the amount of people that were coming forward saying this has happened, that's happened, all the court cases that keep going up. Jehovah's Witnesses are settling these cases out of court. They're paying victims to shut up.
Off. Right.
And then the
the
perpetrator walks.
Well, no, the perpetrator has been found guilty. But then the victim says, well, he was an elder, or he was working for you. And so then Jehovah's Witnesses become liable.
I see. So they have to be found guilty in court first.
Yes, it's much more helpful to be found guilty in court first. And then the victim then takes Jehovah's Witnesses to court. And I can reel off many court cases where I know for a fact they've been paid off.
So the Jehovah's Witnesses therefore have an incentive to prevent these convictions because of the payoffs that will be required.
Well, that is one way of looking at it. Yes, that as soon as someone, I mean, I know in our own case, I can just tell you completely honestly that we had 2 Jehovah's Witness elders assigned to sit in the court for 3 weeks. They knew me and I knew them. They said to me, to our face, we've been sent here because the society, the Watchtower Society, are very interested in this case. And when it's finished, we're going to offer support and help. And I remember my daughter thinking, wow, eventually now they're going to do something. As soon as the guilty verdict was announced, they're gone. The next thing, we can't find them. There's no contact, no nothing. And we're thinking, where's this love and support that we were told? In fact, the circuit overseer, I will name him because I've spoken.
Let's be careful with names.
Okay, I won't name him.
The channel's had enough legal problems.
I won't name him. The circuit overseer, who was a travelling overseer, said to my face, John, the society are interested in this case. No stone will be left unturned. Those are his very words. A year later, when nothing has been done, I managed to get to see him. I literally stopped him in the street and said, "What's happening?" He said, "John," that's right. What I actually said to him, "You told me that no stone would be left unturned." I said, "The stones are still all in place." And he said, "John, we were pulled. We were pulled." And by that he meant Watchtower organisation. As soon as that guilty verdict was announced, off. No phone calls, no help, no support. So again, the press statement they make is, "We always support victims of child abuse." No, they don't. And that's honestly, I'm looking into the cameras at your viewers, and I'm telling you that's exactly what happened. They are frightened of court cases, and they are settling them out of court.
So what support have you had? How have you put yourself back together after going through this, and then to go through it yourself, and then to have your daughter go through it? That's like Chris, went through a lot, and then something else happened, and it was just, whoa. It's like you've gone through similar. Years later, it's going to happen. It's happened to your daughter. It's opened the floodgates.
It did. But because I was a good Jehovah's Witness and I thoroughly believed it, absolutely all, I wanted to be loyal to the organisation. And as ICSA said in their report, most religious organisations are more interested in their reputations. And Jehovah's Witnesses have this saying, "Don't bring reproach on Jehovah's name. Shut up about it. Don't do anything that's going to cause any ripples." So most people will just do that and absorb. And I just absorbed it because I didn't want to cause any ripples for the organisation. But yeah, I had some mental health problems because both my daughters then got disfellowshipped, which means completely shunned. And so for 10 years, I had to completely shun my daughters.
Oh my God.
And that means just walking by them, not speaking, not lifting the phone up, not talking to them. And even though one of them's abused, so I was trying to help her get over the abuse, but at the same time, as a good elder, I mustn't speak to her.
So how did you get through
So that was horrific, because I'm trying to be a good Jehovah's Witness, but also be a good dad and help my daughter. And eventually I just, I cracked, I suppose. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I was sat in an elder's home, and the circuit overseer, who was the travelling overseer, and the presiding overseer, who's the chairman of the elders, both incidentally who don't have children, said to me, because I was getting into trouble because I was talking to my disfellowship children, "Give up your daughters and stay an elder. Give up your daughters and stay an elder." They wanted me to stay as an elder. And I had an out-of-body experience, a very strange thing. I was up in the corner for about a second, looking down on the three of us. And I now know what it is. It's called extreme stress. That's what it is. It's nothing odd. It's a bit like what their children go to. They go to a place when they are being beaten or hit, they can escape.
Yeah.
And this was an escape. I didn't want to hear this. And when I came to, I just thought, I can't do this anymore. I'm just not going to do it anymore. So that's how I ended my Jehovah's Witness career, by just standing up, shaking both their hands and saying, "Thanks ever so much, but you won't be seeing me anymore." And I went through the front door, and I just remember jumping up in the air and punching the air, and all this release went, it was a physical, like, yeah. And then I thought, oh my goodness, I've got to go home and tell the wife, who remained a Jehovah's Witness for another 10 years, because she was a solid Jehovah's Witness, but she could see I was mentally suffering, I think. So I was on the verge, I think, of a mental breakdown, I think. And if I hadn't have stopped then, I think I would have done. But I managed to get out, and
Fair play.
so I didn't have any big doctrinal punch up. I didn't have a big, so we're talking about being apostates. If speaking out about child abuse and trying to get it stopped means you are an apostate, then I'm an apostate.
Sign me up.
But that's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm saying, you have a problem with child abuse. Open your eyes. It's there. Don't put the religion first. Put the children first. And if you think I'm an apostate because I'm saying that, well, so be it.
And if people watching this missed the original interview we did with John over a year ago, stay tuned at the end of this podcast because we're going to run it back to back. So you'll be able to watch that if you want to watch it right after this. And I was going to ask, did you, I can't remember exactly what you just said, but you said that people who kind of criticize or expose Jehovah's, what was it you said about that a minute ago? Then there's a term for it. You're not allowed to do it.
Bring reproach on Jehovah's name.
Did your interview a year ago bring reproach on Jehovah's name?
Well,
and have they reached out to you about it?
No, they haven't. They haven't reached out. But
Okay.
no, they haven't reached out. But I don't know. I think we've tried to be polite and reasonable about the religious beliefs. Chris isn't saying that all Jehovah's Witnesses are like Eunice.
Not at all.
I'm not saying...
And Chris is actually, there was some Jehovah's who were actually the hero of your story.
Yeah.
And there's good and bad everywhere, isn't there, in every organisation?
Yeah.
That's right. So, so we're not saying all Jehovah's Witnesses are bad, but there are certainly some bad things going on, and it needs stopping.
And it's a tough one because a lot of this is historic, and we're all I have something happened with an elder myself. I've never reported it. I've never gone to the police with it. It's something I think I mentioned it on Facebook the other day.
I don't know. I didn't read that, Chris.
You commented on it. No, but it's it's so historic. It's almost part of me is like, oh, it's not worth bothering with. It is. All these stories need to be told. All these stories need to be heard, so that it puts pressure on any religion that hides child abuse. I'm not anti-Jehovah's Witness. I'm not anti-Muslim. I'm not anti-Christian. I'm not anti-Hindu, Buddhist. I don't. Your religion, go for it. But if your religion is hiding child abuse,
did this thing happen while you were being tortured by Unice?
Yes. So there was one Jehovah's Witness that Unice trusted. If we'd run away, he would come and find us, and he wasn't a very nice person.
So the person that you thought you might be able to just come to your rescue
was
actually tried something on.
Yeah, was a paedophile.
Sounds like she had a network of these thugs and predators.
I don't want to say that, but she knew people. I don't know if these people attract each other. Is there a yellow pages for them?
One of
bad
the
energy. Attracts bad energy.
One of the ladies that gave evidence to ICSA, because Jehovah's Witnesses claim we don't separate children from their parents, so we don't need child protection policies because our children only ever come to the meetings with their parents. Well, there's hundreds or not thousands of Jehovah's Witness children over the years have been abused. So something's going wrong somewhere. But one of the ladies that gave evidence to ICSA it was on Channel 4. She called herself Sarah, and I know who she is. At the Kingdom Hall, where 70 people are all sat in a hall, she sat as a young girl in front. A guy behind her with a big Bible on his lap puts his hand under the chair and is touching her private parts while she sat in the Kingdom Hall watching the speaker, and she's fidgeting. And so she gets a clip. In fact, she gets taken out and given a wallop for fidgeting. And the guy behind is trying it on with her with his hands. Now, I'm only mentioning that not to be sordid, but to say wherever these people are, they'll try anything. So don't try and say, well, we don't need a policy because we don't leave children alone with their parents, without their parents. They do leave children alone without their parents. And anyway, this guy did it in the Kingdom Hall with 70 other people watching. So be very careful.
Oh, my mind's blown by this whole thing. We're gonna wrap it up here.
Yeah.
Is there anything either of you feel that we've left out, or you'd like to say in conclusion to the people watching this?
I think I've said my piece, to be honest.
Would just like to reiterate that when Jehovah's Witnesses give their press statements, which they have every right to do, don't be fooled by the wording of them, because the latest one says, we always report matters to the authorities. It starts off by saying, we always report matters of child abuse to the authorities. But then they add this little caveat, where the law requires us to do so. The law doesn't require them to do so in the UK, so they don't. But everyone's still hooked on, we always report to the child abuse to the police. And that's what you carry away from that message. But they don't, because they're not required to do so. So you just need to be very carefully reading the press reports. They are devious and want to send you a different message than what's actually happening.
Have people reached out to you who've watched the interview, perhaps, who are apostates?
Oh yeah.
And what kind of interactions have you had?
It's just reassuring, because when you think you're on your own. And you come to a conclusion that something you've believed all your life, because I was in it nearly 60 years.
Agreed.
So you think, well, am I on my own? And then you realise, no, someone else has come to that conclusion. And someone else has come to that conclusion. Then you realise not just like 3, 4 or 5, thousands. In fact, probably as many Jehovah's Witnesses who are in now have left.
Agree.
And we know that because of the amount of people that are talking online.
And you've got a community of these.
Absolutely. Yeah. And there's thousands more that I don't know about. So it's reassuring to know that you actually are not going mad. You have come to the right conclusion, maybe for different reasons. It's not all for the same reason. So yeah, I have had quite a lot of messages from people since the last podcast saying, saw you on Sean's podcast. Glad you mentioned that. I found this. And if you read the comments, most of the comments, you do get some nutcases, I'm afraid, Sean, at the end as well. But but most of the comments were very supportive, and they say, yes, what these guys said was absolutely true. This happened to me. And I think that's reassuring then.
So we'll have your links below the video, John, but do you want to tell the public where they can find you?
Well, I'm very happy to be contacted on my email address, which is john.viney, that's john.viney, V-I-N-E-Y, @ntlworld.com. And one thing I do say is I don't debate religion. I'm not interested in trying to talk you out of becoming a Jehovah's Witness. But if you feel that there's a comment you want to share or want to have a little discussion, I'm very happy to do so.
And what about you, Chris? Where can people find you?
So they can add me on Facebook. I'm Christopher Spry on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, all the same.
All right. Please let us know then in the comments what you thought about this video. So the links for John and Chris will be down there in the description box. Also down there will be Jen's links as well if you want to check her stuff out on Instagram and the Organic Cotton Clothing Company. And huge thank you to Joan James for coming out today and filming this. And and stay tuned if you want to watch what we did last year with John and another Chris.
And another Chris.
A different Chris.
I can only come on with a Chris.
I don't know how you guys feel about hugs. Should we have a group hug?
Yeah.
After going through all of this.
Oh, that was quite something. That was.
Cheers, fellas.
There's a release.
Hello. Today we're going down a completely different route on a subject we have never even broached on this channel before. And we are honoured to have Chris and John here, who were brought up in the world of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes, we are going there. This is a litigious subject. So in the interest of journalistic integrity and balance, I am perfectly open for the Jehovah's to have their own people come on and give the opposite side to the story and rebut anything that is said in here today by Chris and John. Thanks for coming on, Chris and John. That's a very striking T-shirt. Could you explain what that's about, please?
Vast Apostate Army there's a few groups now. It's kind of become quite a big term that we've been using in our community. The Jehovah's Witnesses will refer to anyone who has left their organisation as an apostate. And anyone who speaks out against them is an apostate. Now, the word apostate is not an offensive term. It's just a description of someone who's gone against their former religion.
What's the definition?
Well, it's my understanding.
Can we get all phones on silence? What's the dictionary definition?
My understanding is that the term apostate is used for anyone who's basically changed their belief.
Okay.
Very simple.
Yes.
But the way the organisation views it, if you were to call somebody an apostate, it's an extremely damning term. If somebody is an apostate, then members will have to completely distance themselves, have nothing to do with these people, and treat them as if they're dead.
Wow.
So we're reclaiming it.
Before we get into this story of corruption and abuse, then, do you guys just want to introduce yourself to the viewers, say a little bit about your backgrounds?
Well,
what brought you here?
Well, I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness from a young age. My mother became a Jehovah's Witness when I was a baby, and my father joined when I was about 5 years of age. So, yeah, I've been raised as a Jehovah's Witness, and it's affected my entire life, even though I left in my late teens, early 20s. So that's what we're here to tell you about.
Do you want anything to add to that, John?
Well, I'm older than Chris. I know you wouldn't think so, but I'm 68 at the moment. I was brought up as a Jehovah's Witness. My mum and dad became Jehovah's Witnesses when I was 5. So right through my infant and junior and senior school, everything that Jehovah's Witnesses believe and influence, I had that. I left school and became a full-time preacher with Jehovah's Witnesses. They call it pioneering, 100 hours a month knocking doors. Then I got married to a lovely Jehovah's Witness lady. She's lovely because she's a lovely lady. And still married 48 years later. I left Jehovah's Witnesses about 10 years ago simply because I had to deal with some issues of both my daughter being sexually abused by an elder who was a Jehovah's Witness. And only a year ago, I sort of came out that the fact that I also had been abused by a Jehovah's Witness as a boy. And I'd never spoken about that before. So I'm a little bit more outspoken now, not castigating Jehovah's Witnesses as such, but pointing out that there are some very dangerous situations within the religion that people need to look out for.
And we're going to get to that. What's it like going door to door? I remember working in the stock market. We had to call 500 numbers a day. And 490 people would basically tell you to F off. What was it like going?
Similar.
Yeah.
I would say 500 told us to F off.
I think it was one more than you. Yeah. The preaching is, I mean, obviously that's their key activity. That's what the Jehovah's Witnesses pride themselves in, following a scripture that tells them to go and preach to everybody. The downside of that to the community is it's quite annoying when you're sitting around on a Sunday afternoon and there's a knock on the door and it's cult members. But for me as a kid, I mean, I was dragged door to door every Saturday, rain or shine, and I hated it, absolutely hated it. But there was no choice. It was just something that we had to do. And you imagine knocking on the school friends' doors. And
so when someone lets you in, what's the objective then once you got past the gatekeeper?
Well, you didn't get invited in very often, to be honest, but sometimes people were very kind and they'd offer you a cup of tea and you'd have a chat, and often the result was you left them 2 magazines or a book, so that you then followed up. The whole idea was to get your foot in the door in a nice way, so that you give you a reason to call back, and then you'd say, look, we'll leave you these 2 magazines, could you read them? When we come back, perhaps we'd like to know a little bit about whether you agree or disagree. And the whole idea is you become a friend, make a friend of them. And eventually, after a few calls like that, you might invite them to have what we called a Bible study, which was a regular weekly Bible study. And then eventually you'd invite them to come along to a Kingdom Hall, which is the church of the Jehovah's Witnesses. And the next thing is you're talking about being baptized, which is a big, big step. And then they've got you.
So that would be a conversion from their existing religion.
Conversion, yeah.
So just in case anyone thinks that's a nice thing, at first it seems nice. If you have Jehovah's Witnesses come to your door, they're generally nice people.
Yeah.
And that's one of the captivating things about them, is they've got this message that's normally focused on love and peace and their future hope for a paradise earth. But it's only once you get deeper in and they got the hooks in that you start to be exposed to the more damaging characteristics of their group.
So growing up, you were in constant fear of displeasing your parents.
Yeah, so the thing with their belief is that soon enough, God's going to come along any day now and destroy the entire planet. It's going to kill everybody. And the reason is because they're not a Jehovah's Witness, is what it comes down to. The witnesses believe that they will survive this war of Armageddon and get through to a paradise earth where they'll live forever, which for them is a great, exciting belief, and they're really looking forward to it. But for everybody else, then we're doomed. But it's a bit heavy. There's a few problems with that, obviously. But for me, as a kid growing up, it meant that I was, first of all, in fear of my God. And my dad, to me as a kid, was an enforcer. I love my dad dearly. However, I always remember being scared of him.
Enforcer? What do you mean by that?
So basically,
like the Gambino family?
Pretty much. No, I mean, if I didn't do something along with the organisation, so if I wanted to maybe focus on activities outside or have friends that were not in the religion, it was always the discipline that I'd get from my dad that I feared. Yeah. But the real emotional trauma comes from the fact that I was trying to come to terms with who I was as a person. I'm trying to build friendships, and everything I did felt like it was wrong. They're telling me everything I do is wrong because it's not in line with their organisation. So just growing up as a kid in fear has quite a lot of psychological issues that come along.
What part of the country were you in growing up?
I was in the West Country.
In the West Country. So when you went to school and things like that, would you get bullied or anything for being a Jehovah's?
Absolutely. Yeah. So when at primary school, I was actually bullied by a teacher. Well, she was more of a dinner lady, but it was a very small school. So she absolutely hated the Jehovah's Witnesses, and because of the way my mum would do things, like she'll come into the school and try and preach, and she'll try to stick her nose in, like the religious education side of it, I wasn't allowed to participate in at all. Really? So my mum was making enemies for me at a very young age.
Oh wow!
I'm sure she didn't really mean to, and I kind of hope it wasn't, her doing. But I mean, the organisation really encourages its members to raise their kids as Jehovah's Witnesses, and if you don't, your kid's going to die. I mean, that's what their belief is. Were
there enough Jehovah's in your area for you to have a clique of friends, or did you try and make friends with people outside of the Jehovah's?
There was, so in our congregation, there was maybe 4 or 5 people in my age group that I could be friends with.
Yeah.
But there was always this, it was like a competition to be the best Jehovah's Witness. I mean, there's a lot of terminology I'm trying not to use here because it's the listeners wouldn't understand our
it's different language almost.
Thing. Yeah. But yeah, I did have, in fact, I had one very, very good friend growing up. And as soon as I stopped going to the meetings, I've never heard from him since.
Really?
So that's how strongly they are about your attendance and your participation in the organisation.
I think what it is, that to help your listeners understand, the reason why we appeared so weird and odd is because of the beliefs of Jehovah's Witnesses, that you don't, for instance, celebrate Christmas or birthdays or Mother's Day or Father's Day or Halloween or Guy Fawkes Day or any of the saints' days. So you're excluded from all of that. So you would either be sitting outside while all the kids were going into assembly and prayers. You'd be sat on a chair outside. Well, I would be sat on a chair outside as the only kid. Yeah. And people shouting, "Viney, why don't you come into prayers?"
Oh, that's sad, isn't it?
And so you're singled out. The whole school know he's different. I loved football, for instance. I could play football during school hours. if the team played outside of school hours, you weren't allowed to play because there's no extracurricular activity. You are not encouraged to be friends with anybody who is not a Jehovah's Witness. In fact, you can't be friends. Your mother and father would get into trouble as Jehovah's Witnesses if they allowed you to be doing anything other than what Jehovah's Witnesses accept.
Yeah.
So it's very much a status thing within Jehovah's Witnesses. And if your father, like my dad was, eventually became an elder, which is one of the, like a clergyman if you like, but they call them elders. If your children were not good examples, that was threatened to be taken away from you. So the reason why we appeared weird and odd is because actually we were one of a kind in our school. You might get there might be 2 or 3 Jehovah's Witnesses, but not often.
Did you have any holidays to celebrate within the belief system?
No.
There's no celebrations at all.
So this is the curious thing. Like while we were in, we've always tried to find a scriptural basis for our beliefs. So not celebrating Christmas, well, there's nowhere in the Bible it says to celebrate Christmas. I mean, that came later in history. But things like birthdays was a big one. Why not celebrate a special day for each person? And they'd go to the Bible and they'd find the only example in the Bible of a birthday, and that's where, was it John the Baptist?
King Herod had John the Baptist beheaded.
Had him beheaded. So of course birthdays are bad. So
they were for John the Baptist.
And really it's all excuses. And even growing up, I was always thinking, this doesn't make sense. This isn't enough for me it's not an excuse for me not to just celebrate a birthday or give a friend a present. But really what it all came down to was they want to control us. They want to take away the opportunity for you to see unbelieving family members. They want to take away your worldly friends. They use the term worldly in a strange way as a bad thing. So it was all about control, and that's what it was like growing up. And all of that control is enforced by the belief that you're going to get killed by your God if you don't follow along. So it's a very serious and quite troubling thing to go through, really.
So there was pressure on you to get baptized, but your dad said it had to be your decision.
Yeah. So this is the thing. The baptism is everything. A lot of religions would baptize babies or children, and the witnesses always had a big issue with that because they said, well, you've got to dedicate yourself to God, so you've got to be old enough to understand what you're dedicating yourself to. The thing with me is that I was never really comfortable with getting baptized. And as a kid, when you get to around the age of 8, they start to consider baptism. It's actually only quite recently they've kind of changed their stance slightly on baptism, where if you're not baptized, you won't get through Armageddon. When I was a kid, it was more of an understanding that until God believes you understand it, you can kind of get through anyway. It's not so much pressure. So I wasn't under an immense amount of pressure from my parents, but as I got older and I reached my teenage years, the pressure started to really build. And it was obvious to me then that the pressure wasn't so much my parents. My parents are actually very understanding people. They were getting pressured from the congregation. So I started to get people in the congregation saying, well, when are you going to get baptized? You really should soon, because they all believe that unless I do, I'm going to die if Armageddon happens to come tomorrow. So they want me baptized. But from an organization's point of view, it's a way of being able to discipline me. Because if I'm baptized, they can basically excommunicate me if I do anything that's outside of the rules.
And you loved football, but were told that supporting a team was like worshipping a false god.
Yeah, so I love football. I'm like John. Big part of my life as a kid, I used to love playing football, but I was never encouraged to do so because obviously it's an activity that's not, well, it's all taking time away from the organisation. It's time I could be preaching. But yeah, like a lot of kids who love football, I had posters on the wall and all the rest of it. My parents were pretty chill about it, but it was quite quite a common phrase that they'd say, it's like worshipping a false god. If you're like idolizing these footballers, they're like idols and false idols, and comparing it to the Israelites bowing down to a golden calf in the Bible. And it was crazy. And this is all stuff where, they're almost trying to bully me into following this religion. And to me, it never sat right. I mean, I didn't really fully understand it at the time, but yeah, I couldn't figure it out. I just never felt comfortable growing up. It was not a nice environment.
It seems like a form of mental torture, and to have that from all the way throughout growing up, year after year after year. How are you sane?
Well, I've had trouble. As I reached adulthood and I've ended up going off into the world, figuring it out for myself, a bit of a late starter, but I was diagnosed with depression and PTSD. Yeah. So it's been tough.
Yeah, I can imagine. Going over to you then, John. So you were raised a Jehovah's Witness from age 5. And you were in Lincolnshire. Parents moved from Kent.
Yeah, my parents had a lovely house in Kent. It was like an idyllic house for a young boy. There were woods opposite my house. So I'd come out the front door, cross the little road and into the woods. Fantastic. They wrote to the Watchtower Society, who are the head offices of Jehovah's Witnesses, to say, do you need Jehovah's Witnesses anywhere else? Because there's lots of Jehovah's Witnesses around here in Kent. So they were willing to give up that house.
Wow.
And we ended up moving to a caravan in Stamford in Lincolnshire. So my mum and dad, 3 kids, gave it all up.
Great.
My mum's still alive. She's 94. They absolutely believed it 100%. So they were genuinely sincere. So this is not a knocking of my mum and dad's belief. And so they moved. They gave up the comfortable lifestyle that they had in Kent, and took us with them, obviously. And I ended up in Lincolnshire. I did my senior school in Lincolnshire, and then I left school at 15 because, as we mentioned, that the end of the world is always portrayed as just round the corner. In fact, it's not just round the corner; it's almost here. So you don't need a career. So you don't need education. So Jehovah's Witnesses don't partake in advanced education like university or anything like that. So I left school at 15, became a window cleaner, which I'm still doing 50 odd years later. And then I moved down to Wales. So and that's when I met my wife. So yeah, it's been a full on life as a Jehovah's Witness.
Is your 94-year-old mum still in it, or is she becoming an apostate?
She actually is an apostate, so we'll have to get her a T-shirt.
I'll look one up for her.
I think size large.
Okay, what's all one up?
Sorry, Mum. No, she. It's strange you should ask that though, Sean, because I was the first to leave. My wife was in it. My 2 other children actually had left, but all the rest of my family were in it. And I just found myself so mentally perplexed that I just, for my own sanity, needed to step back. I didn't even call it leaving at the time. I just needed to go, get back. And I needed to step right back from what was happening. And then my wife stayed a Jehovah's Witness for another 10 years. So I supported her, took her along to their meetings and stuff, until she discovered for herself that things were not as we thought. And my sister, who was very, very strong in her family, stopped. All her children stopped. So I'm in the remarkably happy situation right now that everybody I love and I'm close to is not a Jehovah's Witness. Sadly, I know, though, that that isn't the situation with lots of other ex-Jehovah's Witnesses who are really suffering because they are shunned, because they've taken a step against witnesses and their family are making them pay for it.
So what was your childhood like then? Were you banned from religious education and unable to celebrate anything?
Yeah. We called it, religious education, or RK, religious knowledge, which some of the kids called it. No, I just didn't go into those classes. I had to go to the library and just sit and read. So you skip anything that could be perceived as being taught something that is against Jehovah's Witnesses' belief. Even science, for instance, if the lesson was about evolution, you wouldn't be allowed into the evolution lesson.
What about medical beliefs? Do they differ from mainstream medicine?
Yes and no. The big thing that Jehovah's Witnesses are known for is not taking blood transfusion. So, and again, that's something I know a little bit about because in my role as a Jehovah's Witness, I became the chairman of a hospital liaison committee, which was committees that went round talking to doctors about maybe how you can do operations without blood. Now that sounds as if I'm telling doctors what to do. That isn't the case. Jehovah's Witnesses feel and felt that taking blood in was against God's law. So if there was a chance of a blood transfusion, you had to decide no.
Does that cause deaths?
I think it obviously has done.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a Jehovah's Witness, I would play that down and say, well, sometimes, it might do. But of course it did. I must say there are alternative situations and therapies that can be used on some occasions, to be fair. Mm-hmm. But when it comes down to it, if you needed blood and you didn't have it, then yes, it meant death.
Agree. So, Chris, the pressure mounted for you to get baptised. Your father was still calm about it. He was getting pressure from the elders. Your father was unable to become an elder, while an unvarnished person lived in his home.
So
unvarnished.
Well, I'm not sure about that. Might be a typo, but possibly. But
Unvarnished
unbaptized,
apostate.
maybe baptized. It might mean, but
okay.
Yeah. So the situation at home, as I was, not baptized, and I'm getting to that age where they feel that I'm old enough to have made that decision.
Yeah.
So you end up with this pressure to either get baptized or leave.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd never say leave, but I mean, you're going to lose all your friends, you're going to lose your family. You're a kid who hasn't got a job yet because you've not gone to college either. The further education is very frowned upon. I did actually end up going to college very briefly, and a lot of the reason was because I was going to go and build kingdom halls for them, so their churches. So I went to do a construction course that I had no interest in doing whatsoever, because it was nice to get a little bit of praise from the congregation after all the pressure. But yeah, it was the baptism thing, because they needed me baptized. They needed me baptized so they could discipline me if I do anything wrong. But my dad was getting the pressure because he was such an understanding guy as it goes. He was getting pressured by the congregation because he's not allowed to be an elder unless everybody in his household is a good Jehovah's Witness. So yeah, it's a really weird situation. I just always knew that I wasn't pleasing to them. Like I was everything I did would be obsolete unless it was to do with the organization, and I just hated the feeling of the home. And it was made very clear to me at a young age that if I wasn't baptized or wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, then I wouldn't be welcome in the family home.
So you mentioned discipline. So there's a discipline system in place. What kind of punishments did they mete out?
Well, other than with the Jehovah's Witnesses, as a kid, they do support spankings and things. You'd quite regularly hear in a meeting a young child making noise and get dragged out to the back. You'd hear a slap followed by a scream. But the real discipline comes with the organization's control over the members. So the psychological impact of just knowing that anything you do that falls out of line with the organization's belief results in your death. I mean, there's no it's not going to really happen because
there is, in my opinion, no God who's going to come flying out of the sky and kill you, but that's their belief. You're not going to get into paradise, but they punish you by just taking your family off of you. If once you leave, if you're a baptized person who leaves, your family completely disown you. That's your parents or even your children, depending on your situation. I'm actually really fortunate because I wasn't baptized. So my parents, in their own words, don't have to shun me. So there's been quite a few occasions where I've spoken to my parents about these things. But, I know their beliefs. I know they have all the answers from their literature. And, I love my parents dearly, and I do see them once every few years. We try
Not on Christmas.
Not on Christmas. So yeah, it's just, growing up, even as an adult, I always longed for a real family. I've just ended up with parents that are in this cult, as I would call it. And it's a very strained relationship. I mean, we talk about everything but the organisation, and I don't tell them about the music I like because they won't like that. They'll say, "What have you been up to?" Can't tell you. It's So I mean, I'm into my heavy metal and things, so they're not going to take an interest in that. It's just everything you do is always going to be displeasing to them until you come back into the organisation.
By design. It's like I've watched that program. Is it the Westboro Baptist Church, where the girl eventually got out of it? And speaking to you, I could see like some parallels.
It's very similar.
How, she was out there picketing with them and saying these obscene things to passers-by and stuff, because she was so indoctrinated and believed it passionately. But now she's out, she can see the light and what happened to herself.
It's funny you should mention the Westboros, because when I watched that program, it really hit home to me that the beliefs themselves are very, very similar.
Yeah.
The difference is the Westboro Baptist Church are very outspoken about their beliefs, whereas Jehovah's Witnesses hide their beliefs. You won't have a Jehovah's Witness knock on your door and tell you, "Hey, you're welcome to come into our organisation unless you're gay," or "You're welcome to come in and you have to completely believe everything we tell you and obey everything we tell you." They'll knock on your door and say, "Hey, there's this exciting hope for a paradise earth. It's all lovely. You can get yourself a pet lion one day. It's all just fantasy." But when you're in, it starts getting darker, and you're either someone whose mind can get fully involved and indoctrinated into it. But if you're somebody who's just, not going to be able to completely dedicate themselves to it, then you're an outsider.
Yeah, that's scary. Okay. Going back to John then, left school at 15, no qualifications, became a pioneer, a full-time preacher of 100 hours a month, and you got baptized at 15.
Yeah, that's right. Well, as I mentioned earlier, Jehovah's Witnesses have taught for the last 120, 130 years that Armageddon is absolutely just about to hit. So why would you be wanting to get a career? You need to go out and just tell people you better get on board, otherwise you're doomed. That's really what the message is. So I spent my time. I now view it, obviously, as a complete waste of time. I had some really good experiences, and there were some nice times as well. It wasn't all bad, but a waste of a teenage and early 20s life, really.
So, full-time preacher, pioneer, does that mean door-to-door preaching, or does that mean preaching to audiences?
No, door-to-door. That's door-to-door, yeah. But of course, part of the Jehovah's Witness routine is you attend the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses, the church. In those days, it was 3 times. You had 3 meetings a week. And some of your assignments were to literally go to the front of the Kingdom Hall and give a speech, a talk, we used to call it.
How many people would be in that hall?
Well, when I first moved to Stamford, I remember we met in this little hall upstairs in Ironmonger Street. I think there were 18. it was very small. Going back to Barry, where I was, we were hitting 170, 180 at one point. It's all gone down. It's all gone downhill now. But so yeah, it's the biggest audience I spoke to was 10,500, I think.
So how did you meet your wife?
She was a pioneer. She was a full-time preacher. I attended an assembly. Now, an assembly is a larger gathering of Jehovah's Witnesses where maybe 10 or 15 congregations all converge on a big hall, and for a weekend there are speeches and talks. So it's a good place to meet girls and boys. And so I met my wife there. Went courting, is the old-fashioned phrase.
What's the courting etiquette within the Jehovah's?
You weren't allowed to touch, even hold hands. If you held hands and were seen, you might get a visit from one of the elders. It was very, very strict. There was no
There's no sex before marriage.
No sex before marriage. In fact, if you did and it got out, you'd be in serious trouble. In fact, you could be disfellowshipped. I don't know if you're going to be asking about that in the future, but someone who is disfellowshipped is the shunning part, and that's the expression that Jehovah's Witnesses use. For instance, two of my daughters were and are disfellowshipped when they were like 15, 16. And that meant completely shunning, having nothing to do with them. If they telephone, you don't pick the phone up. If you pass them in the street, you don't say hello or smile.
How does the group know who to disfellowship? Is there a meeting and they announce who they're going to disfellowship?
Yes. So for instance, if I did something wrong, let's just use that example. Imagine myself and my wife had engaged in, say, premarital sex. The elders get to find out. They'd have a meeting with me and my wife separately. And if I said, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, we did do that. Based on my repentant attitude, might depend if I get saved or not. But if I say, look, mate, it's up to me what I do, you would be disfellowshipped. The next meeting, an announcement would be made. John Viney has been disfellowshipped. The congregation all know what that means. That means next time you see John Viney, and for the rest of his life, including his mum and his dad, his daughters, his aunties, no one speaks, invites them round, does anything, unless I change my ways, say I'm very, very sorry, become a Jehovah's Witness again. Then that's the only way you can change that situation. And sadly, Sean, that's why there have been many, many suicides from people who have been shunned, because they don't want to be a Jehovah's Witness. They're not going to be a bad person, but they just don't want to be a Jehovah's Witness anymore. But once you're baptized, that's a contract. Jehovah's Witnesses view that as a legal contract. And once you've baptized, even if baptized at age 8 or 9 or 10 or 11, you've said, I'm going to be a Jehovah's Witness. And if you change your mind at 16 or 17, woe betide you, because you're out.
It's like the philosophy of the cartel, punish the whole family. If, say, you become an apostate, then is there a risk that your family members will be disfellowshipped?
Yeah, if they are seen talking to you, that was the situation I was in, Sean, to be honest, because two of my daughters got disfellowshipped when they were 16 or 17. One of them had been abused and so was suffering emotionally. Another one had actually been raped in another situation. So I was trying to help my daughters. So I was seeing my daughters when I shouldn't have been, to support them. And when I was spotted, I would get two elders come and knock on the door to say, we need to come and see you. You've been seen talking to your daughters. So I'd have to sort of give a reason as to why I'm seeing them. And if it was an acceptable reason, they'd say, okay, well, you don't let it happen again. And then maybe 6 months later, they'd be back. You've been seen talking to your daughters again. And if that was to continue, my neck would roll. I, as an elder, I'd be told, sorry, you can't be an elder anymore. So there's always this pressure on families. And that's why I think, as Chris was saying, the pressure is on the mum and dad, for instance. You've got to shun the children because your own spiritual life is at stake. So, and that's what sort of nearly did me in, because I was being stretched mentally because I had my 2 daughters that needed help. But I was being told, if you're going to stay an elder, you've got to keep away. And I'm trying to help them, but stay away, help them stay away. And eventually it got to a point where I was probably just on the verge of a nervous breakdown when something clicked and I just thought, I can't do this anymore. There's something very wrong here.
Before we get to that then, I'm interested in the ranks. So you were a pioneer when you were a young person.
Yeah.
Then you went on to become a ministerial servant and then an elder.
Right.
And then you become chairman of Hospital Liaison Committee. Can you describe what it's like to go up to each rank? Is there a ceremony, how you qualify and how you get to the next rank and what your duties are?
Well, both male and female can be pioneers. That's a preaching position. But other than that, you can then leave the females behind because only a male can become a ministerial servant. And a ministerial servant is probably the equivalent in church of a deacon. You do the more menial tasks. So you might handle the microphones in the Kingdom Hall. You assist in the cleaning of the Kingdom Hall rota. You might hand out magazines or books. It's more of a menial task. Some ministerial servants were allowed to go onto the platform and give talks to the congregation. But when you became an elder, normally around the age of 30, 25 to 30, that is seen as being a spiritual shepherd. You then have the responsibility of that congregation, and there's normally a body of elders, so you might get 3, 4, 5, 6, up to maybe 10 elders who all oversee the congregation. And that theirs is the main responsibility of a congregation. But it's a male-oriented thing. Only males can be ministerial servants or elders.
Don't they get sued for sexism?
Strangely, no. I'm almost waiting for something to happen in that regard. Because, again, as Chris mentioned, if you were gay or lesbian, you couldn't be a Jehovah's Witness.
You're kicked out automatically.
Oh, you'd be kicked out.
Would your family be punished?
Well, if you lived under their roof as a gay person and they were seen to be supporting you by just letting you stay there, oh yeah, they'd suffer. So someone who is gay, or you could say anti women, the religion really is anti-women. They would say, "Oh no, it's not. But you couldn't hold a position within Jehovah's Witnesses and be a lady, and that's what I mean by that.
Are the women then just encouraged to have babies?
Have babies, be good preachers. It's seen that the women, they do have a natural tendency to talk, and I'm not having a go. I mean they're very interested in other people naturally. So I think women are seen as really good examples of Jehovah's Witnesses because they can hold a conversation, they can reason well.
They get results on the streets.
They do, yeah, they do.
Okay, what about then racism? The sexism, the homophobia, the racism.
What do you think?
Well, it's an interesting question that I would say overall no. However, there have been occasions in the past where they have been extremely racist, but I'm talking older history in their literature. Now, it's a strange one because in the organization, they believe they're guided by God, and God's views or his feelings don't change over time. So surely something that's been written in their literature, even if it's in the 1920s, would still be applicable today. Now, back in, I think it was the 1920s, there was some literature that was saying about black people not having the cognitive function of a white person and various other pretty sick things that they've said. But of course, that's just been, put to put in the libraries of history, and that's that. But in the modern day, I would say no. In fact, the organisation in Africa and various poorer countries, they are actually thriving at the moment, and it's an interesting correlation between the education in the countries and the popular, how many Jehovah's Witnesses are the population of them. It's increasing more in poorer countries than it is in the Western world. In fact, they're reporting losses. Well, they're not technically reporting them because they quite often lie about their data, but they'll have maybe a 1% increase in numbers of Jehovah's Witnesses in the Western world, which is less than the birth rate of the Jehovah's Witnesses. So they're gradually dwindling in numbers in the Western world, but thriving in Africa and in Malaysia and places like that, aren't they? Mm-hmm. But no, racism, I wouldn't say is one of the more pressing issues with the witnesses. It's probably one of the things they're better on, especially in the modern times.
Who is above the elders?
The next person in the hierarchy, because Jehovah's Witnesses would not have that there's a hierarchy, but they do accept that there is someone who's then responsible for appointing elders. Now it's what's called a circuit overseer. So you maybe have 10 or 15 congregations. They are overseen by one person, a male, called a circuit overseer. And that circuit overseer visits each congregation for 1 week, about every 6 months. And when he's with that congregation, he will ask any males reaching out, any males that could be potentially ministerial servants or elders. So he would perhaps meet with them. They would have a meeting with the elders. They would pray. They would get the Bible out and read scriptures about what sort of person you needed to be. And then that circuit overseer would appoint the ministerial servant or elder. But above the minister, I
was going to say, who appoints the circuit?
Yeah, the circuit overseer is appointed normally by the branch committee in the congregation in the country. In our country, for instance, the headquarters now are in Chelmsford. They were in Mill Hill for many, many years. But the people that oversee all of Jehovah's Witnesses are in America, and they are at the moment 8 different men, and they are called the governing body. And those 8 men are they're the heads of the family, I should say. You used the I think the Mavi example earlier. I don't mean quite like that, but those 8 men, they set the beliefs of Jehovah's Witnesses, and if anything needs changing, they have the power to change, and that literally means changing what Jehovah's Witnesses believe the Bible says. So you can get a major shift in a belief. That for many, many, many years they believe this. If the governing body think, you know what, we think now it means that, they can dictate that takes place. And of course, then if you are the minions of the congregation, don't agree with the governing body in that change, then you stand a chance of being disfellowshipped as an apostate.
Are they reluctant to change things? Are they reactionary?
They react to lawsuits, don't they? I mean,
they do. They really do. For instance, talking about an apostate, in 2012, in the Jehovah's Witness Bible, they put a phrase in about apostates, and they called them mentally diseased.
Yeah.
Okay.
They actually referred to us as mentally diseased.
But it got put in their Bible.
Wow.
So you've got the Bible, mentally diseased. I know for a fact that they were challenged legally, that people were being called mentally diseased just because you decided you didn't want to be a Jehovah's Witness anymore. Does that mean I'm mentally diseased? We go to court over this. Guess what? It's been taken out of the Bible now. But they haven't told their Jehovah's Witnesses it's been taken out. It's just not in there anymore.
Yeah. So their literature is now all online, or mostly online. It used to be their magazines, the ones they put through your door. Yeah. And now they're going a lot more towards the digital. And it's quite curious. There's been quite a number of cases where they've written something, whether it be a term like that or whether they've misquoted a scientist or something. Yeah. And they've had to redact it. And then instead of obviously republishing the book, they just change it on their website. And then, Jehovah's Witnesses get this information, and this is their doctrine. They're taught this is what you must believe or else, So they read it all through, they get the understanding. They're not going to go back and then reread it in their online library. There's always new literature. And this is what makes me view them more as a publishing company than a religion. They are all about the literature, all about producing videos. Nowadays, when I was in, it was always literature. But it's a way of information control. It's a way of being able to manipulate the thought process and the beliefs of all the millions that follow them.
So you said there's a board of 8 people at the top. Is there a divine ruler above them?
God
is the divine ruler above them.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. They interpret the Bible. They call them spirit begotten. So they believe God's spirit operates on their deliberations. And that's why if you were to speak out against those 8 men, or subsequently the district overseers or the circuit overseers or the elders, because that spirit permeates down, if Chris and I was to say that the elders are rubbish, we're actually talking against God.
Yeah. It's quite a curious thing, actually, because they view themselves as, the term they were using was inspired by God, but then it was pointed out to them that actually if you're inspired by God or claiming to be that, then you're a prophet. Therefore, if you say something that turns out not to be true, then you're an apostate and a false prophet. And it's a curious thing, because in the Bible it's very clear on that. If you speak one thing that's not true, then you're a false prophet. So some of the stuff we've done in the community we've done is to prove that actually you have said things that have turned out not to be true, and therefore surely you're a false prophet. So then they say that, well, they're not inspired, they're just
spirit-led.
They change the terminology, and of course all the witnesses suddenly go, oh no, of course he's not that, and they'll start arguing that on the street with us. And it's very strange. I mean, it's almost comical at times the way they flip-flop with their beliefs, but they'll never admit to that, because it's, like John said very clearly, everything that changes, you just have to go along with it. And it's the one thing that really struck me with the witnesses and the teaching is that there's not a lot of logic in it. You can have quite common thing would be in the meetings, you'll have somebody doing a talk about a set topic, and they'll quote a scripture to back that topic up. And a few weeks later, somebody will be talking about a totally different topic, and they'll bring up that same scripture to back up that topic. And that's kind of how it works. And they chop and change all over the Bible to try and prove their point. And they're using scriptures in bits to position it around this one topic to make it seem true. And none of it ever really made sense to me. Even as a kid, it just never made sense. There was no critical thinking skills, and their brains get turned to mush. It's quite remarkable, and it's amazing how these high control groups, or as I would call it, a cult, how they do that, how they manipulate the members. And it's very strange sometimes. You can hold a conversation and it's quite spooky.
So let's say one of the 8 died. How would a replacement be selected? What do you have to do to qualify to become one of the 8?
Going back to Jehovah's Witnesses' beliefs, they believe there are 2 classes of people. There are millions and millions of the faithful Jehovah's Witnesses that are going to live on the earth in paradise. But there's a select number of 144,000 that the book of Revelation, the last book of the Bible, comments on. Those 144,000 are like God's government. They liken it a little bit like to Parliament. There's 650 MPs in Parliament. We're not all in Parliament, but those 650 rule over the millions. So you've got 144,000 that are going to be ruling over the millions. If you're one of those 144,000, of which there's a small remnant left of about 18,000 who claim to be of that number, you've got to be one of that number to get yourself on the governing body. So you've got to be male, you've got to be an elder, you've got to be very, very active, have a very good record, and show potential, and eventually you might get recommended to go to live in, I don't know, it'd be New York or New York State now. They might keep their eye on you for a few years, and then they'll say, yeah, he seems to be proving himself, let's have him on. So it's not an easy task to become one of the 8.
The more senior members then, do they wear something to identify their status, or are they just...
They'll look like any other member. I mean, usually there'd be an older gentleman, but no, they wouldn't be recognized by anything they wear, but you certainly would know them from their website. You know, they're quite often on their TV shows and things, which actually, it brings me to another point. When I was growing up, I always, I didn't know who the governing body were. I knew there was a governing body. I just never knew who these guys were. I never saw them. They didn't really appear in any of the literature. My belief would have been that they were very wise, very spiritual men. And I always had this image of Jesus and the way Jesus would preach, to the disciples. And I viewed these people as quite revered, even though I'd never seen them. And it's quite surprising in the modern times where they've started up with their televangelism, basically, and these guys have suddenly appeared on screen.
So they're all like public figures now, aren't they?
They
all,
are.
The whole 8.
They're like film stars, actually. Now. Oh, yeah.
But the thing that really struck me the first time I laid eyes on these guys was how weird they are. They are, like, two of them especially, absolutely hilarious, the way they act. I mean, they're crazy. They you can imagine, I can think of a few big American preachers, televangelists. Some of them seem like they're possessed. And that's exactly what we found when we suddenly laid eyes on these guys.
Be careful, Chris, because you're becoming an apostate now.
I know, right? I've got to be very careful.
What are the symptoms of possession that you saw in them?
Well, it's just the way they speak. I mean, it's a very, very strange thing. The way a few of these guys speak, they're quite patronizing in the way they speak. They're very eccentric, and it's almost like as soon as they start speaking, you're supposed to just zone in, and the eyes turn into spirals, and they're telling us stuff. It's really, really weird. I mean, I'm sure any of the viewers could even go on YouTube and put in governing body Jehovah's Witnesses, and you'll see all kinds of videos of them spouting crazy stuff. But really, for me, when I first saw them, it was more just the awakening to this group is not God's organization. This is not, what they claim to be. I mean, obviously by then I kind of knew that anyway, but it was really quite shocking to see what the religion of my childhood has become in the modern world. Like, it's in just the short time since I left. I mean, we're talking 20 years getting on for now. And yeah, the changes are just remarkable, and that always struck me as strange for an organization that claims to be God's one true organization. The beliefs should stay the same. Everything really should stay pretty recognizable, but now it's not recognizable at all.
So, while I was incarcerated, I tried to read all the different religious texts of the world. I had a Jehovah's neighbours, and what I saw was the same stories popping up in like the different books. The Quran, the Bible, the Torah. Same cast of characters. I couldn't believe it. I was like, This is so strange. Where do the Jehovah's get their stories from?
Well, they claim to follow the Bible to the strictest degree.
So it's the Christian Bible.
So the Christian Bible.
Okay.
The curious thing is they've rewritten it a few times now. They would say that it's just the translation of the Bible. So they've translated it into a more usable language, the modern English. They've actually, their Bible is actually the most translated book in the world. But of course it would be. They've got members all over the world who will work for them for free in translating it. Yeah. But the meaning in the scriptures has changed quite a few times. There's various examples in there that the feel of the scriptures is. It's hard to think of any examples offhand, but the language they use in their current Bible, which is 2015, is the newest edition of the Bible, the Holy Bible, God's True Word, 2015 edition. I mean, it's a bit strange, but yeah, it's not only the Bible itself that they have manipulated to suit their aims. The way their literature backs it up. So when I was a kid, we had the Watchtower magazine. We used to study it every Sunday at the meetings, and you would have the Bible, and the Watchtower would be used as a way of explaining the scriptures. Whereas now that's kind of shifted to more the Bible can be used to explain the Watchtower. So there's this real feeling that nowadays you're more following this governing body than you are following Jesus and God.
Yeah.
And it's quite troubling when you start looking at the actual beliefs of the witnesses. It's not something I was going to really go too much into, but as a brief explanation, when John was saying about the 144,000 anointed class, one of the main tasks they will do is when the War of Armageddon comes and God's going to come along and destroy everybody, their belief is that Jesus is going to be doing the slaughtering. So Jesus up in heaven is going to come down and he's going to have the 144,000 fighting alongside him to slaughter all the unbelievers, which leaves this strange dynamic where you've got the leaders, the 8 guys who run this organization, believe that their duty will soon to be to kill everybody who doesn't believe everything they're told to believe by them. So you can imagine the psychological impact of that, and the witnesses would find that hard to contemplate, and they would avoid thinking about those things.
They would have. I was just going to say they wouldn't want to talk about that, but in fact that's what it is, because in the Bible times, in Israelite times, if your children, for instance, we're talking about adult or teenage children, were rebellious, the Bible talks about stoning them to death. And the parents had to pick up the first stone. That's in the Bible. That's not Jehovah's. Our Christian Bibles or Hebrew Bibles tell us that. But Jehovah's Witnesses interpret that as to being, that's why the shunning comes in. Because although now they can't stone us to death legally, but they can make sure that we are dead, spiritually dead, and that your families treat you as spiritually dead. So the shunning or the disfellowshipping is the equivalent of being stoned to death, but without literally being stoned to death.
I mean, there are videos of the governing body actually saying things to the effect of, of course we don't stone them to death because legally we can't. And in other words, if we could, we probably would. Yeah, there is really that sense of it. It's really that serious. But of course, Jehovah's Witnesses pride themselves in being law-abiding citizens, which is, for the most part, true.
Do they, Chris?
Well,
right, okay.
The organisation, however, not so much.
So, John, by 1990, you'd become the chairman of the Hospital Liaison Committee, meeting doctors and going to international conferences. What was that like?
Very good. Loved it. Because I was completely immersed and a faithful and good Jehovah's Witness. Believed it absolutely wholeheartedly. And thought we were doing a really good job because there were and there are alternatives to using blood in many occasions. So I actually viewed it as almost like saving lives. I know that sounds a bit heroic, and I don't mean it to sound that way, but if you could talk to a doctor that is only transfusing, and you could bring them a medical article that says, look, this is what one of your colleagues is doing in another establishment, could you maybe just change your way a little bit? And so it's not us telling the doctors, it was us giving the doctors other doctors' information. And so you'd go to an international conference and on bloodless surgery, for instance, in countries like America where they've set up complete hospitals of bloodless surgery. So I thoroughly enjoyed that role, absolutely did, and found it very fulfilling.
So many young Jehovah's Witnesses struggle with sex education, and it's a topic that was talked about regularly at from the platform at meetings. So frequently, looking back at it, was disturbing. And as a child, you were, Chris, exposed to very graphic descriptions of acts from the platform. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, so actually this connects quite closely to when John was saying about having to sit outside of religious education classes at school. I was also excused from sex education at school. And the organisation's view is that an organisation like a school, or what they would call a worldly organisation, will be teaching things in sex education that don't go in line with Bible principles. So we were excused from that. But it's an issue that as a teenager, you're unable to experiment because you're not allowed, as John's saying, you're not even allowed friends outside of the organisation. If you're dating somebody in the organisation, you're not allowed to touch them, you're not allowed to be alone with them, all these things. So from the platform, you'd regularly get talks where they're telling you about different sexual acts that are all sins, everything's a sin, and anything you do or even think, that the mind control is unbelievable. You're even, they say if you're even thinking about a member of the opposite sex without an aim to marry them, then you've already sinned. So we're still in this an amazing amount of pressure just to date somebody. But as a teenage kid, you're trying to find yourself, and it was really hard because when I was growing up, you'd meet people at school, you'd fancy them or whatever. You couldn't go home and tell your parents you've met this person. You had to hide this person, and if you get caught with this person, then you're going to get kicked out of home, you're going to get kicked out of the religion. The pressure is enormous, and for me growing up, I found it particularly hard. As a teenager, I realised I was bisexual. It's something that, as a Jehovah's Witness, it's very clear that homosexuality is an unforgivable sin. And the torture of flip-flopping between what do I believe and how am I something I don't believe in. And I soon realized that no matter what I did, I was always going to have this feeling that God has created me to be somebody that he hates. And I absolutely hated myself. I didn't understand myself, and by the age of 13 or 14, I was having suicidal thoughts. Yeah, it's tough.
It's interesting that you said God created me as for somebody to hate.
Yeah.
It's as if your entire indoctrination into this, you had to explain it in terms of a result of God. And if you fancied a woman, then I guess, which would be more politically correct in the context of what they want you to become, you couldn't even express that.
No. If a scenario came along where in my late teens I met a girl and I loved her, and it did actually happen, the only options are that either you convince her to become a Jehovah's Witness, or you're going to lose everything, and that's it. There's no middle ground on it. It's really damaging. I mean, the psychology in just sexuality alone, and it's hard on anyone if you're from. I'm sure a lot of people have found, especially if they're gay or bi or anything, if they've got parents who don't particularly agree with it, just in society, it's not uncommon, and they know the challenges that come along with that. But you add in the added threat that God's going to kill you if you continue along this path. Well, it's horrendous to go through, and for me, it wasn't until much later in life that I really, got to the point where I could just say, hey, yeah, do you know what? I'm bi. I mean, I prefer women, and my situation at the moment is I've met a girl who fully understands my background, and we're soon to be married, which is great. But it's taking. Thank you. But it's very hard to find love, and for someone who's been a Jehovah's Witness growing up, once you leave, everyone you meet that you might think could be a potential partner, they've got to somehow understand all this. They've got to understand where you've come from, and it's really tough. It's really, really tough, and a lot of former witnesses carry all kinds of trauma and like I say, PTSD and depression. And
that expression that the Eagles sang about in the song Hotel California, that You can check out any time, but you'll never leave. You can never leave.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. I know people who have been ex-Jehovah's Witnesses for like 60, 70 years and have gone on to become church ministers, still got hang-ups of when they were in Jehovah's Witnesses in the early years.
Wow. So if you had a bisexual thought then, did that wreck you with guilt and anxiety, and did you think that it was some kind of test from God, or why was God doing this to you?
Any sexual thought.
Any sexual thought?
Any sexual thought.
Right.
Yeah. Anything you do, if you fancy someone, I mean, like most teenagers, there were things I did that fall well outside of what the organisation wanted. But, if it was found out, then yeah, game over. It's like you can't even approach the topic. And the real damaging thing is that you can't go to anybody like your teachers, because they'll feel obliged to tell your parents. You can't talk about these issues. You can't go to your parents about these issues, because you already know that it's all written down in their literature and it's spoken from the platform constantly. I mean, it's almost like they're obsessed with sex. I mean, because they know it's the sin that most people will fall foul to. It's natural to feel love for people. So it's a regular topic in the meeting.
It might be just worth mentioning as well that even if you're legitimately married to a Jehovah's Witness, there are certain sexual acts between husband and wife that are a no-go area. So oral sex, for instance, no-go area.
Good grief. When things are suppressed, from studying the psychology of deviant behaviour, when things are suppressed, they manifest in deviant behaviour oftentimes, and we're going to get to the abuse here soon. What abuse then? Are you okay to talk about what happened
fine.
with your daughters?
Yes, no, I'm.
Yeah.
They've. My daughter has spoken publicly about this.
Okay.
So, and I've spoken publicly about it. So no, I think it's just important to get the truth out there. That's all I'm interested in doing.
How old was your daughters? When
she was about 12, I think, when it first happened.
Yeah.
She first came to me. It was a relative, but he was an elder in the congregation.
And how old was he?
He was been about 34, 35, something like that.
Okay.
She actually said to me she didn't like the way that he was kissing her. That was the introduction to me, was I don't like the way he is kissing me. And I was so naive, Sean, it was like run over my head.
Yeah.
I thought, because he was a very demonstrative person, I thought that when we went round to his house, he was a bit hands-on. So I actually went to see him to say, look, do you mind when my daughter comes next? Just be a bit careful. I had no idea what she was actually trying to tell me.
Yeah.
So I missed it completely. So it went on actually for a few years. And
Oh my goodness.
it wasn't until she was about 16 that we saw her. We ended up realising she'd been cutting her wrist with razor blades. And then you think, my goodness, what's going on here? We're a good Jehovah's Witness family. We don't do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's when it really hit, and it's a long story from there. But what actually happened was she said, "I don't want Jehovah. I don't want it anymore." So she left, got a boyfriend who was not a Jehovah's Witness, and that meant that she had to be excommunicated and disfellowshipped.
So the victim gets punished.
Yeah.
And what about the perpetrator?
Well, the perpetrator didn't get punished for over 20-something years, because my daughter thought she was the only victim. She went to the police. We went to the police. I did with her 20 years ago, very soon after the events.
So was there a statute of limitations issue with that?
No, there wasn't really. No, it was just a case that the police interviewed him. He gave a no comment interview. In those days, you could just say no comment, comment, and you couldn't even tell a jury that in those days.
Yep.
So they just said, look, we do believe your daughter. We absolutely believe her. And so did the mental health services, because we obviously took her to there as well. she came out, the psychiatrist came out and said, I absolutely believe what she's telling me. But the police said, we don't think we'd get a conviction. So it went on for 20, 25 years. And it was only when my daughter reached a point in her life when I think she didn't care anymore. So she wrote about a 10 or 12 page article, similar to your A4 sheets there, of all of the events that he did to her. And she published them.
Wow.
She sent them to absolutely everybody that knew him.
What a brave girl.
And one of the sheets fell in the hands of the partner of a police officer.
Yeah.
And the police officer saw it and thought, what's this? What's going on here? They took it to the CID. CID said, we've got to do something about this.
Really?
He picked it up. Our CID officer was fantastic. Eventually found another 4 victims. So he's in prison now. He was in prison for 14 years. But,
wow.
But
how many victims?
Well, actually, there was 5 because one of the victims who were giving evidence we didn't even know about. She came forward to give evidence to support my daughter, and on the stand, for the first time ever, announced that he had done something to her. So
was he still committing these acts of abuse then? It was something that...
Yeah.
And how old was he by the time they got him?
Oh, do you know what? I'm not quite sure about that. 54, 55, something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. But the strange thing is, Sean, once you speak out within Jehovah's Witnesses, you're a troublemaker. Because in effect, you're saying that elder, my daughter was called a liar. He wouldn't do that. Not one of God's people wouldn't do that. So you really are seen as a troublemaker by speaking up about something like that. And because Jehovah's Witnesses will not support the victim, for instance, they wouldn't give police statements. They wouldn't come to court to give evidence. They just completely back away. So the victim they're on their own. And that's still the same today.
So, of course, when the perpetrator got convicted, they apologised to your daughter and made everything all good and gave her a huge settlement.
You haven't read the script. No. Jehovah's Witnesses do not apologise. They will not say sorry. In fact, one of the other victims was an adult who was raped by this guy. She has successfully last February sued Jehovah's Witness organisation, the first time ever in this country.
Really?
She sued them successfully for vicarious liability, which in other words means that he was an elder, and because of his position, he held undue influence over her and was able to successfully rape her. I know that sounds strange, but they held Jehovah's Witnesses liable. Now, I should say Jehovah's Witnesses are appealing that case, but she got £62,000 awarded to her. That was in February. I think. So no, they don't apologise.
Okay, and that was your oldest daughter,
That's
right?
my oldest daughter. That was.
What happened with your middle daughter? Because she got disfellowshipped.
She got disfellowshipped. To some degree, she probably suffered more because she saw her big sister of only just a couple of years go through hell. So she went through hell. She really believed it. She suffers now, Sean. To be honest, my middle daughter suffers quite terribly now from the belief system, even though she left it all those years ago.
So, what about your situation then? Abuse?
So I never suffered, sexual abuse within the organisation.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, I've become passionate about the topic because of people like John.
Yeah.
With me, I got to my mid-30s and, I realised I'm still suffering from what happened so many years ago, just from the belief system. And I decided that I'd look to see if I could find any other former witnesses, anyone who's gone through a similar thing, just see if maybe I could find some of my old friends if they've left as well. And because they've completely cut me off, it's very hard to find anyone. You can't go back to the congregation and say, hey, has anyone else left? It's just not something that's going to happen.
Is there a Facebook group for it?
Right. Well, there are actually. So I went on and
Apostates.
if you were, maybe there's listeners out there who want to get in contact with other.
What contact details can we put below this video?
All you'd have to do is search XJW. And you're going to find all kinds of groups out there.
Well, how can people contact you guys?
They can, if people.
We can add an email or a link.
Yeah, we can add
I'm
an
very
email.
happy to have it.
I've got an email, jwprotest@gmail.com. People can contact me if they're, if anyone's looking for help. Seriously, get in contact with us. And, I might not personally be able to help so much. I might not be in the same area of the world as this person, but we'll certainly get them in contact with people who understand their situation. So,
we have a Facebook group that's actually a closed one, because there are some people who are suffering because they're on their own. They may still be friends with their family. They don't want their family to find out that they're ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. So we've got this Facebook group which no one can access unless they're invited in, but we can get them invited in, and it's a private group, and there's over 1,000 people on that, just that one group of people who have either been abused, victim of abuse, shunning, or related to people.
We're going to put all these links in the description box below the video if you guys want to click down there and check that stuff out, or contact John and Chris. How does it feel speaking out about this? Looking at your body language now, Chris, it's like you're going through some stuff.
So what happened when I reached out was that I met with a group of former witnesses, and the thing that immediately struck me is the number of people in this room that have been abused as kids. That was just gut-wrenching. This is... Are
we talking physical, psychological, sexual?
Everything.
All of them.
But mostly the sexual abuse of children.
Mostly sexual abuse of children.
Really
so it's rife then.
Yeah. And that was something where, here I am carrying all this trauma just from the doctrines, just from growing up as a JW.
Yeah.
It just hit me that day. I was like, I've got to help these people get this message out, get people talking about this,
Yeah.
So within a short period of time, I've ended up on various podcasts and things. But one thing that I wanted to really do is get the government looking at this and try and it's very difficult, because as soon as you start saying, I'm talking against a religious group, suddenly you're confronted with this, religious hatred, all these things that you're going to get accused of. It's not that. Jehovah's Witnesses individually, absolutely, most of them are lovely people. They're just caught up in this system of abuse, and whether they realize it or not, I think most Jehovah's Witnesses do suffer. And I've been involved with various protests and getting the message out, and again, that's why me and John find ourselves here with you, is to just let people know that this is what's happening out there. And some of the things the organization does are outright criminal. They'll talk to us about religious hatred, but then I think we're the victims of their religious hatred. If you can't change your religion, if you can't walk away from religion without being severely punished and losing your social network, losing your family, to me, there's no doubt that it's them who have got the hatred,
Even though you're out, because it was indoctrinated into you for so long, the threat of destruction at God's hands, do you still feel that threat?
Not anymore. I'm very much an atheist now. But, the first thing after leaving was that I had to rebuild my life. And that meant that everything that I had been taught or believed was now wrong. So I had to find out who I am. I didn't know myself, and inevitably it led to quite a destructive path at first. Went out and partied and sex, drugs and rock and roll, dude. But yeah, you can easily end up on quite a destructive path, and it's not until later that I've suddenly got to this age where I've not got a particularly good job because I didn't get to go the further education. I was straight out of home, straight into earning any money to support myself, and even my relationships very late to the party, really, with figuring out sexuality, figuring out who I'm suited to, finding anyone who will fully understand what my situation is. So it was only over the last few years that I really got to a point where I feel I am comfortable with who I am. But the problem with the shunning and like you said to me, I look anxious today. I mean, yeah, I'm anxious because just doing this podcast with you could have repercussions. I hope it doesn't. I hope that my loved ones understand the situation, but you just never know, and it's always a risk. But that's the weapon they use. That's why I need to do it. That's why I need to be here.
What's the cost of your activism, isn't it? Because you're getting such an important message out and preventing further victims.
Absolutely.
I'm curious then, if your entire being is invested in a belief system and then all of a sudden the deck is cleared, what does that do to a human?
It messes you up. It's difficult.
Are there various stages of adapting to that?
You just wing it. To me, I mean, I've been on this weird journey through life. It's there's so much. I mean, the things we're telling you today are just little highlights. It's just mentioning where we come from. But every day, you'll do something and you suddenly think, oh no, that's not what I believe now. That's not how I think. You've got to completely analyze your mind, and it drives you crazy. And it wasn't until I got professional help. I mean, and that happened by accident. I was at a doctor's surgery and the doctor went, as I said goodbye, he said, sit back down. He's like, we need to talk. And that was it. And yeah, it just all came out, but I'm getting there.
You say it all came out. What came out?
Everything, just everything about my belief systems. There's a lot of things in my life that have happened that I wouldn't discuss, but there's also a lot that's happened that I would. And it was only then realizing that most of the problems I'd suffered in life had the origin of this cult. That's where it all came from. And it wasn't until then it really hit me that, this really damaged me. This really has shaped my existence, and I wish I could turn back the clock and go do it differently. I wish my mum had never spoken to that witness who lived next door to her, because that's how she found it. I wish my dad had never gone into it. But you can't change what's happened. You can just change how you view things, and you can't. I mean, one thing I always say is you can't change what's happened. You can just change how you react to it. So for me, it's about just letting other people know to be cautious of this group, and anyone who's struggling in it. There's people like me who've been through it, like John, who have been through it, and we're here if you need to talk. Or we can find you professional support. We can find you local support groups. And to me, that's what it's about. I'm not here to tell people how evil Jehovah's Witnesses are or any of this stuff. I don't believe that. I think most Jehovah's Witnesses are sincere. I just think the organisation themselves are really harmful, really damaging, and something needs to change. I think the legal situation has to change. They have to make it illegal to shun. I think that's the first thing.
And to make sure they report child sexual abuse.
And to report abuse.
Was there a particular day or an event that triggered you to think this is all false?
Not so much. It's a really weird thing, because as I was growing up, I would say I didn't really believe it, but it's a very difficult thing, because you kind of do and you kind of don't. It's complete, like, screws your mind up. It really is a tough thing to get your head around, because a lot of the time you're thinking, well, this can't be right. Why would God make me who I am if I'm not allowed to be who I am? If God's created everybody, why is it so hard to follow his instructions? Why is it so hard to be what he wants us? Why don't he just create us perfect? You know, it makes no sense. And you end up with this spiral, and it goes round and round and round and round. And then you're taught, well, having these kind of thoughts is a sin. You just can't win. And, and like, you know, earlier on, it's quite a flippant comment, but how are you saying? Don't know. I really don't. So it's
like a mental prison.
Yeah, it's a gradual thing as well. And I didn't really fully believe it. And for me, it was just, I was never going to stay as a Jehovah's Witness. I wasn't the right personality.
Once you see the background, as you were talking there, it reminds me, if you don't mind me using an illustration, of the film The Wizard of Oz, the original film. We all know, I don't want to spoil at the end, but they're all going to see the wizard because he's going to give them strength, courage, whatever. They get to the wizard, and what they find is Toto the dog just pulls the curtain back, and it's not a wizard, it's an old guy with the machinery. And what is happening is Jehovah's Witnesses, like us, believed God was behind the machine. God said this, God did that. We've had the curtain pulled back, and once you've seen behind the curtain, it's no good going thinking, but no, it is Jehovah. It is Jehovah doing it. It is Jehovah. The curtain's been pulled back. We can't go back there. So now we know it isn't the truth that we absolutely believe.
And what brought you to that moment?
My mental health did, actually, believe it or not. I didn't have any doctrinal difficulties. I actually got to a point where I was seen by two elders. This is exactly true. I was sitting on a chair. They were on a settee in a house. The two elders were telling me I had to give up my daughters. They actually one of them said, give up your daughters and stay an elder. So I had this choice. And at that point, I had what was a strange thing. It was like an out-of-body experience where I seemed to I left my head and I was up in the corner looking down on me. Now, I've spoken to a counsellor since then, and they say, no, that's extreme stress. They know exactly what happened. So I was looking down on the three of us, and I suddenly came to and thought, this is crazy. I'm not doing this anymore. And it was like a switch was turned off in my head. At the time, I even thought it might even be God doing it, saying, you cannot cope with this anymore. So I literally just said, I'm sorry, brothers, to the two brothers, shook their hand and left. There was no argument. You won't be seeing me anymore. It was just, I knew my mental health had reached a point where if I carried on, I'd probably be in an institution. Fortunately, it didn't get there. It didn't get to that point. And I remember leaving the front door, shutting the front door, and jumping and punching the air. And I felt, this is absolutely true, I felt a physical release of like pressure going. And it was an elation that I had not felt in years and years and years. And I didn't even fear telling my wife. I thought, I've got to go home now and tell my wife when I'm not going anymore. She completely understood.
Can you just describe walking in and telling her what happened?
I did tell her.
What did you say?
I just said, I said, you're never going to believe what happened to me. I think I may have been having a mental breakdown. Well, I think what it is, she could already see the pressure because she knew that I was having visits from elders saying, don't see your daughters. She was already having some sort of doubts about certain things herself. But as I say, I supported her for another 10 years. She was the most loving and supportive wife to me, didn't put any pressure on me. Neither did I put any pressure on her to leave. It has to be an individual decision. And neither did I do that with any of my other family. But I can just say the personal relief of knowing that I got off that hamster wheel. Because when you're in a routine, Jehovah's Witnesses keep you busy. You're on that wheel going round, going to the Kingdom Hall meetings twice a week. You must go out preaching. You must do other things. It's like that. You don't actually get time to say, why do I believe this? What? And as soon as you can step off that wheel, you just get time to think. You can start investigating. You can start looking on the internet now about, why did they used to say this? Why do they now say this? How come that's changed if it's God's organisation? And you can start looking and doing research. And that is the internet that's brought a lot of people away from Jehovah's Witnesses But the first thing that happens is they have to recognise there's something not right here. I don't know what it is, and that's what started me off. Something's not right.
Are all your family members out now?
They are all out.
All
the only
out.
people who are in is the abuser and his family. Heavily in. Very heavily in. And you know what? Jehovah's Witnesses even went to see him in prison. Because in prison, he was allowed to talk to other prisoners about his beliefs, which is fine. But Jehovah's Witnesses would then calculate how many hours he spent, and that would be added to the congregation's figures to be sent off for preaching.
Bloody hell. Wow.
They visit him, but not you.
Yeah.
So if everyone's out, your wife came out.
My wife came out simply because she saw a program that Chris mentioned about the governing body.
Yeah.
The governing body, one of the governing body gave a talk about child abusers and saying that people who say that we abuse, they're apostates. And my wife said, well, my daughter's not an apostate. My daughter was abused. The lying. And she actually saw through the governing body member himself, and it's what he said knocked her out.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how was she after coming out? Was there a lot of discussions, philosophical discussions?
She's bitter.
Yeah.
She's worse than me. She's become an atheist. She's way past me in her hatred for Jehovah's Witnesses and all they stand for.
Really?
I'm not at that point.
Yeah.
And I think, we've, as Chris has said, we certainly don't hate Jehovah's Witnesses. We know that it's a cult. It is a cult. I'm very comfortable in saying that it's a cult now. It's mind control, and if you're allowing people to control your mind, they're trapped. They are trapped. I'm sorry about using illustrations, but one of the best illustrations I heard was how they catch monkeys in Asia. They use a coconut. They get it. They put a little hole in. They attach it to a wire or a string, and they put a little treat in there. And a monkey comes along and can just get its hand in the coconut. And then when it grabs the treat, its hand is expanded. Now it can't get out. Is it trapped? Well, it is. But all it's got to do is let go of the treat, and it can get out.
But it won't let go?
It won't let go. Oh. Jehovah's Witnesses are trapped like that because they want to live forever. They want to see their loved ones again. They want paradise. They want to play with the furry animals. So I'm going to believe that. And people like myself and Chris come along and say, look, you really do need to think. No, I'm believing it. So once they've got their hand round that treat, until they let go, they're not going to get out. So they're trapped, but they're not really trapped.
What is that afterlife belief?
Well, it's funny because John just sort of mentioned seeing the loved ones again. That's all to do with their belief that if you die, you get resurrected into this paradise earth, which is, there's a few technicalities to it. I mean, if you do die and you're not a believer, then you will come and get judged. I mean, I'm a bit rusty on the details, but you have this chance of coming back to paradise and living forever. So a lot of them, and most people have obviously lost family members to death, and there's this constant belief that you're going to see them again, and that's that is the treat that they're going to hold on to. And you've spent
you're going to be reunited in a paradise with your deceased family members.
And if you've held on to that, if you've lost a loved one and you've held on to that for years, I'm going to meet him again. And then suddenly you get to this point where you're thinking, this organisation, it's not quite right. It's a hell of a thing to let go of, that belief. One thing when I did leave, and it really struck me that, I'm not involved with this anymore. I can go and get on with my life. I thought of all the loved ones I'd lost and didn't mourn. I didn't mourn them because I was going to see them again. So it's like they've all just died again.
So when you realised it was false, that was one of the big things that hit you, that you're not going to see your loved ones.
Yeah.
What other things hit you?
Well, the other thing is all the loved ones that I hadn't lost, but I just hadn't socialized with because I was a Jehovah's Witness and they weren't. My grandparents, that hit me pretty hard. I was like, I've just, all my life, my grandparents have looked at me as this kid in this group who they can't send Christmas presents to, they can't send birthday presents to. I'm not allowed to really socialise with them all that much, but we just saw them occasionally, but they lived at the other end of the country.
So how did all of those family members treat you when you came out?
Well, one thing I did pretty soon after leaving was to move to be closer to my grandparents.
Yeah.
And that was great, and for the last few years of their life, I got to know them. And I'll always treasure that.
Did they try and make up for lost time with the gifts?
Well, my nan was pretty stubborn. She'd send us stuff anyway.
Yeah.
It's quite funny, actually, because one thing I'll always think fondly of my grandmother, she used to love sending us Halloween stuff. And my parents hated it because it's all, ghosts and ghouls and it's like monsters and, and of course that's satanic to them. So, that was always quite amusing. I'm sure my grandmother did it just to stir the emotions. But yeah.
So are both of you guys expert witnesses in Jehovah's Witness court cases?
I've not been involved with court cases so much. I feel that there's better people for it, people who have perhaps got a personal case they can take to it. So I tend to for me, it's just activism to let people know and to get the word out there and to support people like John who might need a platform to get their story out.
What court cases are they involved in?
I've been involved in some court cases where I've been called to explain about what are the beliefs of Jehovah's Witnesses, how might they affect a certain person. Might that affect the one case I was involved in was about the statute of limitations, where someone who was brought up as a Jehovah's Witness and was abused, but because of the beliefs of Jehovah's Witnesses didn't want to testify or didn't want to come forward because you're testifying against your brother, your fellow Jehovah's Witness. So sometimes it's only later when you stop being a Jehovah's Witness and you can look back, then you can say, he did that to me or she did that to me. Then you want to say something, and it might be that you're out of time. Well, knowing that Jehovah's Witnesses are are such a cult that might have an effect on the timing of when someone might be able to say something happened. So I've done that, and I was involved in the case last year as well, in the Royal Courts of Justice, where this person was held the Jehovah's Witnesses became vicariously liable. So
how does it feel to get up on the stand?
It's nerve-wracking, but when I was a Jehovah's Witness, I passionately believed it 100% and acted genuinely in its interests. I now passionately know that it isn't the true religion 100%, and I'm just as passionate in being honest about, the deficiencies of it.
So you guys work with victims as well. Without naming any names, do you have any stories of what's happened to these victims? Anything particularly stand out?
There's so many victims. I mean, there's a lot of stories out there. A lot of the time, I quite often feel that they're not my stories to tell. But there are a lot of stories out there, and I think anyone who even just goes onto YouTube and puts my Jehovah's Witness story or anything like that in there, you'll get hundreds of testimonies from people. Hundreds. A
particularly wicked one. I won't name the name now, but it's out there in the newspaper. Last week, one of our colleagues, an ex-Jehovah's Witness, committed suicide. She was the daughter. She was being cared for. She was in care, and her brother and her were in care with a Jehovah's Witness in Gloucestershire. It's all in the newspapers and on the BBC, so it's easy to see. The most horrific abuse you could possibly think of was done to these kids growing up. So much so that it's left them absolutely scarred. This lady has written a book, as has her brother written a book about it, and she goes round to schools, similar to yourself, Sean. But sadly, it beat her, and she killed herself last week.
Oh, my goodness.
So, so there's an example.
Are you able to say her name then? Because people want to Google that.
Well, I'll tell you the name of the mum because she's a convict. She's out. Her name's Eunice Spry.
How do you spell Eunice?
Oh, Eunice, I would imagine. Spry is the name of the mother. She served time. She's out now. I understand she's now still a Jehovah's Witness in Gloucestershire. But I can tell you the most wicked things were done by that lady. And her, as I say, her daughter, the daughter that she cared for in care is the one that's just committed suicide.
So if there's a abuse case been reported to the police and the authorities contact the Jehovah's Witnesses, do they help them with the investigation?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. About 5 years ago, I gave a talk to about 16 or 17 officers of Operation Hydrant. Operation Hydrant are the team of police officers that support other forces in dealing with institutional sexual abuse. And at that meeting, 4 or 5 of the officers gave their testimony of cases they were presently dealing with Jehovah's Witnesses, and all reported non-cooperation, absolute non-cooperation. And I know that's true because that's what we had in our case, my own case, that of about 7, 8 or 9 elders that were approached, none would cooperate at all with the police. The CID guy, who was fantastic, just couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe the non-cooperation. My best friend, who is a Jehovah's Witness, he did agree to testify. He knew more about the case than anyone else. And then 2 weeks before the case was due to go to court, he tried to get out of it. And I know why, because they got to him.
How do they get to you?
They get to you by saying, if you go up there, you're going to be struck off as an elder. If you do that, and this person was a very, very significant elder. And so he couldn't get out of it. So guess what? On the stand, he couldn't remember anything. Couldn't remember anything.
We've seen a huge backlash against the Catholic Church. Sins of My Father is one of the documentaries whereby they bring in these high-priced lawyers and they tell the victims, family members, this is all going to be handled and disciplined, and all they do is move him 30, 40 miles away, and if it does go to court, the lawyer comes in and gets him a little sentence, to the point now where I'm hearing stories of paedophiles joining the Catholic Church because they know they can have a huge career of having all these victims, and the church will come in and protect them with all of their resources. How much money does the Jehovah's Witness, the whole entity, have? Or is that a mystery? And do they do the same thing as the Catholic Church? They just bring in these high-priced lawyers?
A lot of the time they use their own lawyers who are also Jehovah's Witnesses. So this is another funny thing. If you were, we were saying about further education.
Yeah.
If you took up a law degree with the intention of being a lawyer for Watchtower, that would be encouraged. So you're always going to find that in the court cases, and some are televised, there's certain cases that we've seen footage of, and a lot of their lawyers will basically just lie, but they'll use evasive language. So technically not a lie, but
they're
it's
allowed
very
to
evasive.
lie. They actually call it theocratic warfare. It's, in other words, you're lying for God. If God is under attack, i.e. God's organisation, then you may need to lie. They won't call it lie. It's theocratic warfare. But just going back to your question, 4 or 5 years ago, the Australian government set up a commission to look at specifically Jehovah's Witnesses. And over a 40 or 50 year period, they found on the books of Jehovah's Witnesses 1,006 paedophiles, Jehovah's Witnesses, of which none reported to the police, over 2,000 victims. And in Australia right now, they've set up the redress scheme where all religions are being invited to say sorry and also come up with some money for the victims. Jehovah's Witnesses absolutely refuse to say sorry and to join the redress scheme. And I should just mention that only 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had in this country the ICSA panel, Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse, set up by our government. Jehovah's Witnesses were 2 days on the stand, didn't apologise, and just like the Church of England last night were castigated by the panel because of putting the reputation of the church before victims, at least the Church of England have apologised, and the Archbishop of York and the Archbishop of Canterbury have said, we're sorry, we're going to make sure this does not happen again. I doubt if you'll see in the new year when Jehovah's Witnesses report comes out, it'll be interesting to see what their reaction is.
I had a friend who was molested by a Catholic priest, and he showed me the discovery for the legal case. And in this diocese, they had like house or more than one house on every street. The old people had been put into like Catholic care homes, and the church gets the house, or the old people were just giving them the homes kind of as a way of buying a place in heaven. That's how it was pitched to them. And then that money then goes to settle these lawsuits and pay for these lawyers, and all these people are making these donations. That money's going to protect paedophiles.
Yeah, that happens a lot with the witnesses. So all of their work is donations. One thing that's quite a curious thing that we've been observing recently is that their property portfolio has started to have some strange shifts. They've been selling their kingdom halls all over the world, thousands and thousands of these buildings, and the money, or at least when I was in, I believed it was going to build new kingdom halls because there was a shortage. Well, there's not a shortage. They're building new ones, but whenever they build them, they're built in such a way they could be used as maybe a shop or a warehouse, different things. So when they sell it, it's got resale value. But there are other XJWs at the moment who have been trying to calculate the value of their property portfolio, and we are talking billions,
yeah,
billions and billions. And so this led us to the other suspicion that, especially in Australia with the Australian Royal Commission, they're looking to try and calculate how much do we fine this organisation, and how much compensation should there be. And obviously being a charity, which is another thing I'd like to see them stripped of as well, their charity status. But they have started to shift the money around the world. So there would have been a donation from the Australian branch to the UK branch, and then another donation to the US headquarters. So that, there are activists that have traced all this money around, and it's all to make them appear poor where they're facing lawsuits. And it's a terrible thing. And there's been a lot of out of court settlements. There's some court cases in America with tens of millions of dollars that were paid out to victims. So this is costing them, and unfortunately those costs are passed on to the rank and file members by, they've donated to build their lovely kingdom halls, and those are now being sold, and they're joining with other congregations. So they have to travel further to their meetings. And they've changed the situation in this country. Last year they set up the Kingdom Hall Trust, and instead of each town, like in Guildford for instance, you might have 2, 3 or 4 congregations all own their own kingdom halls. They've all given their kingdom halls to the central body, so they no longer own their own kingdom halls. All the money that they have in the bank accounts is given to the central body. So this Kingdom Hall Trust now runs them from a central London base, which means that the local congregations don't have any assets. So if a local person was to be sued as a child abuser, the congregation don't have any money now to settle. So there's a big question mark, as Chris said, is why are they doing this? Is this a way of getting round responsibilities to settle?
It's financial engineering to create a legal shield to protect the assets. Yeah. Okay then. So these kingdom halls, what are they, and what's it like going in a kingdom hall? What would you expect to see?
They're quite bland.
Bland.
Yeah. So they're all different in different parts of the world, obviously, but they're new Kingdom halls. I mean, it's a very basic hall with lots of seats and a platform at the front. One funny characteristic that quite a lot of us remark on is the lack of windows.
Lack of windows.
Yeah. It's a funny thing. We've always there's this ongoing joke in the community, really, that they don't have windows, and I don't know exactly what the logic of that is. Maybe it's so they can't be distracted looking out the window in the boring meetings, but they're very tidy buildings, very plain, very bland. But
versus the Catholic Church, then you've got the stained glass windows and all of the art. Why is it bland?
Well, that's the funny thing. They actually criticise the Catholics quite a lot over exactly that. The display of wealth,
ostentation.
And one reason I suppose is like that is so they can make more money by not decorating them with lavish decorations. It's more donation money for the machine.
They're just seen as functional buildings, a bit like the old village hall would be an oblong shape, a stage, seats out in the main hall, toilets. Mm-hmm. Maybe a couple of small rooms at the back for committee members to sit in and work. But that's it. And always tastefully decorated. But as Chris said, there's no idols, there's no cross, there's nothing like that at all. Yeah. And talking about that, funnily enough, the congregation that I belonged to had in the past quite a well-known painter as part of the congregation. Or rather, I should say, his wife was a member. He wasn't. Quite a famous painter. And our congregation had 2 of his paintings. The word came down, sell the paintings and give the money to the Watchtower organisation because they're too much of a risk to have in the Kingdom Hall. So they got sold. So you couldn't even have paintings in the Kingdom Hall.
Is there anything either of you guys miss from the Jehovah's days?
No, nothing. Other than there's a couple of people I think about and I wonder how they're doing. But until they come out, I'll never hear from them.
Yeah.
So no.
But I had 55 years of it.
55 years.
55 years of it. So the answer to that is absolutely not. It wasn't all bad. I enjoyed lots of my association with some of those people.
Yeah.
So, it would be wrong to say it was all terrible. It wasn't. But believe me, there is life outside Jehovah's Witnesses. And that's the thing that I don't think Jehovah's Witnesses who are trapped in think that worldly people are all bad. They're all murderers, adulterers, stealing, thieving. My experience of coming out from Jehovah's Witnesses and seeing what normal people are like is wow, they're nice people.
Yeah.
Really, that really is a shock to find out that most people are nice people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the funny thing for me as well because, like John said, we were taught that everybody's evil. and the funny thing is now, looking back, the friends I did have in there were only friends with me because I was a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
Whereas my friends now are friends with me because they genuinely love me. So they don't have anything at all that would ever make me go back.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, we've got some exceptions in here. I mean, Joe and James look pretty evil, don't you think?
Well, yeah, that's why they're sat over there.
It's the headphones on the laptop.
Hiding the horns.
Yeah. And that's the thing. They've not got anything that would ever convince me to go back.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
So I'm sure that some people are going to watch this who are perhaps in and maybe questioning the beliefs, or some people may be on the precipice of coming out. What do you say to those people?
Don't be frightened to investigate. The problem with Jehovah's Witnesses is you're told you can only read Jehovah's Witness literature. You're only going to get the truth by reading Jehovah's Witness literature. So anything that's like against Jehovah's Witnesses or just presenting an alternative view is Satan. It's Satan's organization going to attack you. And you do think that if you immediately go online to a site that would be classed apostate, you think God is going to strike you with lightning. That's the immediate thing. And then when you find he doesn't strike you with lightning, in actual fact, there's some interesting stuff there. And I didn't know that. I didn't know we used to believe that. I didn't know the governing body said this. And it's all true. So just do investigation. God will not strike you with lightning. You might discover something to your benefit.
Has the internet, therefore, sabotaged their ability to contain you within this knowledge spectrum.
Yeah, the internet's the worst thing that's ever happened to them.
Is it?
Totally. Because, I mean, so even the fact that we're here today, like what platform would we have previously had to tell
None.
people? Right.
Yeah.
So the other thing with their literature, like I said earlier, that, you know, they change the literature once it's all stored in their online library, you know, the information control is the key thing. So they can control the information until suddenly you go onto Google and put in Jehovah's Witnesses. And actually, I'll urge you to do it. Anyone, go and just put Jehovah's Witnesses and then hit the news tab. It's a remarkable thing. You'll see what they're about. And I haven't done that today, but I can pretty much assure you that high up in that list will be some child sexual abuse case.
And people who are thinking of getting out, maybe people who've been abused and are stuck, people who are questioning their beliefs, they can contact you guys, can they?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one thing, when you say people who have been abused, I'm going to say one thing. The first thing you need to do is go to get legal advice. Go to the police, because that's one thing that the witnesses are told not to do, or they're encouraged not to do. The police are the enemy. So the police work for Satan, blah, blah, blah. You know.
Do you think that would be too intimidating? Perhaps reaching out to you guys would be an easier step for them.
Yeah, if you reach out to us or any other, you know, ex-JWs anywhere, I'm sure you're going to find people who will walk you through the process. They've probably been through the process. You know, we're there for them. We love them.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I was doing protests. I mean, when I say protests, a lot of people think, oh, you know, you're standing there shouting with banners. That's not what we were doing. What I was doing was I was looking for particularly young people, because I could relate to that. Young people who perhaps didn't want to be at these conventions, and it was always at their big meetings we would protest. I don't really like the term protest because it sounds quite confrontational, but it is much more you know, we'll stand there and we'll say, hey guys, we're here for you. You know, if you want to talk to us, here's how you contact us. So we're all about supporting people on their journey, and just being there for advice. I'm not going to tell people what to believe. No. I mean, personally, I'm an atheist. I don't believe John is. I'm
a don't know at the moment with regard to that. I have to be honest. I was just going to say I'm very happy to put my email address down for people to contact me. What I won't do is debate religion with anyone. I don't want to try to convince you to leave. If you just would like to chat, I'm very happy to do so. But I don't particularly want to try to debate anything with anyone. You know, you everyone's entitled to their own beliefs.
So we're going to put John's email in the description box below this video. And do you have any links that you'd like to share with the audience, John?
Can I have a think about that?
Yep.
So if there are links that we can put down, I'm sure there will be.
Yep.
I'm sure there will be. I'll make sure that you get them to put down.
And what's your preferred method of contact? Email, social media, website?
Email address. We can put my email address
Your
on
email
there.
as well.
So if anyone, again, like John, I'm not here to debate with people about religion. It's just not a topic I'm particularly fond of. But yeah, for me, especially if you're a young person who just doesn't know. You know, I'm not going to convert you. I'm not going to tell you not to be a Jehovah's Witness. In fact, actually, I'll tell you a quick example of what happened at the last protest I did, actually, because it leads on to that. I had a young guy who'd come out, and he was really, you could tell he was uncomfortable with being at their convention. And he started talking to me, and I took him aside and I said, you know, you're going through a lot of things I went through, you know, it was a similar story. And in the end, he was actually really shocked when I told him that he needs to stay a Jehovah's Witness. He needs to go in and stay going to the meetings. And he was really shocked that I'd be saying this. But my reason is because he needed to do it for him. He needed to stay back in there, but just look at it slightly differently, be more critical with the way he thinks about it. We'll be there when he's ready. And that's always been my approach. You know, I know when I was in as a kid, even though I was kind of siding with coming out, I know the repercussions would be there. I knew that, you know, being kicked out of the home, all those kind of things are there. So I'm never going to tell you to stop being a Jehovah's Witness. I'm never going to tell you that. What I will say is that you can come out and you can get information from us, you can get support from us, and really that's what motivates me to do this podcast and to do things like this.
It's really important work, and I commend you both. Is there anything else you'd like to say in conclusion?
No, just thanks for giving us the platform.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity to tell people that, you know, there is life after Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah. Well, we hope you have enjoyed this podcast. It's been absolutely fascinating for me. I have learned some new words today. Theocratic warfare, disfellowshipped, elders. Yeah, love to learn new stuff. So, and I really appreciate what John and Chris are doing. They're preventing further victims. They're preventing people from, they're helping people get out if they are, at a phase in their lives where they're thinking about these things and they don't know what could possibly happen next. By looking at the story, they can see there is life after this. And absolutely heartbreaking, to hear about your daughters. And I hope that your daughters can get, peace of mind after going through all this. It's really tragic.
Yeah, well, we're still supporting them, and they support me. I don't think I've ever had such a fantastic relationship with my family.
Yeah,
and that's the big thing out there. That now I would say that the thing that I feel so sad about is that there are hundreds, thousands of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that have not got a relationship with their family and will not have perhaps for the rest of their lives.
And I hope things go okay with your parents as well, Chris.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll give you a quick fist bump then. Cheers. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, Sean.
Please let us know what you have thought about today's video in the comments section. Like I said, in the description box are going to be the email addresses and any links they're going to send me. Huge thank you to all the new subscribers, and also thank you to people who donated so we can film these in the studio with our cameraman and sound engineer. All the links to our socials and donation links are in the description box below this video. Cheers for watching, and we will be bringing you more content soon. Thank you.
Here at Boomer and Jen, we offer a wide range of organic or recycled clothing. We all know our planet is important. We only have this one, so it's vital that we all work together to slow down and reverse the changes to the environment. Whilst we all know that big industry are having a significant effect on pollution, here at Boomer and Jen, we believe that if we all make small changes, we can do our part. Fast fashion causes detrimental effects to the planet. Not only is nearly 20% of global wastewater produced by the fast fashion industry, but there is a considerable amount of fast fashion ending up in landfill. So let's move away from fast fashion items that are only worn once or twice and start wearing extremely comfortable, durable and environmentally friendly clothing and ethical jewellery. Boomer and Jen was founded in a quiet town in Devon in 2018. It has now gone from strength to strength as the world is becoming more aware of the current climate situation, helping our customers to buy sustainable, quality clothing. All of our products are fair trade and registered with the Global Organic Textiles Standard Association. Check us out on organiccottonclothing.co.uk.